Just about to break the news.
Rolling.
Ma'am, we need to deliver your parcel and OTP has been sent to verify the address.
Cancel that parcel. I haven't ordered anything and no one sends an OTP to verify the address. Got it, Mr. Fraudster?
Even she recognized the fraudster.
When your alertness is on point, you don't become the talking point. So stay alert and bank safe. खबर नहीं, खबरदार बनो. Issued in public interest by Indian Bank.
Come what may, the story will slay.
Hello?
Hey mom,
Dolly?
I'm at the salon and my credit card isn't working. So I've sent you a QR code. Please pay for me.
But Dolly doesn't have a credit card.
Mom, quick, just pay.
Fraudy, you have copied my daughter's voice really well. But this call is fake and so are you. Even you recognize the fraudster?
When your alertness is on point, you don't become the talking point. So stay alert and bank safe. खबर नहीं, खबरदार बनो. Issued in public interest by Indian Bank.
I have a dedicated relationship manager for personalized banking. आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई लॉन्ग प्रोसेस के आसानी से होम लोन मिल गया। आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है? मैंने बिना बैंक विजिट किए सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन कर लिया। आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
आप जानते हैं इन सबका बैंक कौन है? जब मिलेगी सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग, तब शान से आगे बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
पढ़ाई में लड़कियों के नंबर अक्सर ज्यादा ही आते हैं। अब मास्टर्स के लिए विदेश जाने वाली लड़कियों का नंबर भी ज्यादा है। पहले तो अधिकतर लड़कियां छोटा मोटा बिजनेस करती थीं, लेकिन अब बड़ा बड़ा बिजनेस करती हैं। मिल गया। नारी शक्ति दुनिया बदल रही है
और नारी शक्ति को और भी मजबूत करने उनके साथ खड़ा है SBI बैटिंग फॉर नारी शक्ति।
हाय सर।
स्टार्टर्स में क्या है?
पनीर टिक्का, पनीर कबाब, चिली पनीर, पनीर 65, पनीर मिल्की मिस्ट पनीर टिक्का, मिल्की मिस्ट पनीर चिली, मिल्की मिस्ट पनीर 65।
पनीर है तो मिल्की मिस्ट, ओनली मिल्की मिस्ट।
Taste the Milky Mist ice cream. आया नया टेस्ट करो एक बार, खाओगे तुम अलग बार। It's so pure, give me some more. Taste the Milky Mist ice cream.
मिल्की मिस्ट आइस क्रीम्स।
One more thing, घी लाना भूलना मत।
Red, Milky Mist red.
Red, Milky Mist red. Red,
Red,
red, Milky Mist red.
मिल्की मिस्ट का होगी स्वादिष्ट, खुशबूदार, शुद्ध घी।
red, Milky Mist red.
Good morning, everyone. So, as a respect to the panelists and the dignitaries, may I request you to keep your phones on a silent mode, please. Thank you very much. So, my name is Sachin. I am your host for today's session. So, another 10 days, the city will be painted yellow. The city is ready to celebrate its own boys, Chennai Super Kings. But apart from the cricket, this city has a lot more Super Kings in government as well as in corporate. In the second edition of Tamil Nadu Roundtable, organized by Business Standard, this is one such attempt to get some of the brilliant minds of the government and corporate on one stage to discuss the way forward and felicitate your own Super Kings of Chennai and Tamil Nadu. Before that, may I request everyone to please rise for Tamil Thai Walter.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you very much for such a beautiful rendition of Tamil Thai Walter. You have set the tone of this event right. May I now request Honorable Minister Dr. T.R.B. Raja, Dr. Daraiz Ahmed, and Mr. R. Srinivasan to initiate the proceedings by lighting the lamp. Thank you, everyone. May I now call upon Mr. Shailesh Dobal, Editor, Business Standard, to welcome the guests and dignitaries and start today's proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the Business Standard Tamil Nadu Roundtable 2025. A very big thank you to Dr. T.R.B. Raja, Minister of Industries, Investment Promotion and Commerce, Government of Tamil Nadu, for agreeing to be here with us today despite his busy and demanding schedule. Dr. Raja has also kindly agreed to deliver an inaugural address and will also join a fireside chat with my colleague, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, on the topic of the roundtable today, and that is Reimagining Tamil Nadu, Part 2 Knowledge Economy. Let me also thank Dr. Derez Ahmed, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Guidance Tamil Nadu, and Professor R. Srinivasan, full-time member of the State Planning Commission, and the entire team of Guidance Tamil Nadu and State Planning Commission for gracing the occasion. A very warm welcome to envoys from Japan, Australia, Sri Lanka, Russia, Spain, Malaysia, Thailand, and Taipei for accepting our invitation and being here with us today. Thank you so much. And now a bit of a context setting to this event. As this audience already knows, Tamil Nadu's growth in its gross state domestic product in 2023-24 was 8.23%. The nominal growth for the ongoing fiscal is estimated at 16%. Consistently ranked among the top 3 economically most advanced states in India, Tamil Nadu stands out as an industrial powerhouse. The share of industry in Tamil Nadu's economy is around 40%, and the sector is growing in double digits. In fact, Tamil Nadu contributes over a fifth to South India's manufacturing GDP, with electronics, textiles, and auto manufacturing being the drivers here. Between April 2000 and June 2024, the state has attracted cumulative FDI flow of over $43 billion. What appears to be driving its industrial enterprise is its Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin's ambitious target of making the state a 1 trillion economy by 2030. That would mean trebling the size in the next 5 years from the current levels. Mr. Stalin's government is also looking at promoting research and development ecosystem in the state to make it a knowledge capital of South Asia and the world. Emerging industry segments like electric vehicles, new energy, advanced manufacturing, and global capability centers are getting focused attention from the state government. In fact, the Union government's economic survey for this year, 2024-25, hailed Tamil Nadu for championing the growth of non-leather footwear with global biggies like Nike, Puma, Reebok, Adidas, all flocking to Tamil Nadu due to policy initiatives taken by the state. This shift is also part of the Global Footwear's Majors China Plus One policy. The survey, the economic survey of the Union government, also highlighted state's innovative public education scheme, that is the education to doorstep. Incidentally, Tamil Nadu will be presenting its first economic survey later this week on the same day as the state budget. But what are the challenges that Tamil Nadu faces in achieving its ambitious target of becoming a 1 trillion economy in the next 5 years? And what would it take in terms of policies and its implementation to become the deep tech capital of the country, something that the state leadership aspires for? And what are the state's prospects for that? For the next couple of hours, we have lined up some of the best minds in the country to discuss and debate, even duel on these issues. Hope you'll find this enriching experience and time well spent. Now I'll give a short introduction to our chief guest, Dr. T.R.B. Raja. He needs no introduction to this audience, but I'll still do it for the sake of thousands of people who are watching this program live on businessstandard.com. Dr. Raja, as you all know, is the Minister for Industries, Investment Promotion and Commerce, Government of Tamil Nadu. He acted as one of the guiding forces behind the remarkable achievement of Tamil Nadu government in the industrial sector in the last 4 years, attracting an impressive rupees 10 trillion investments, resulting in creation of 3.1 million jobs. As industry minister, his key achievements include bringing key investments from global majors like Tata JLR, Hyundai, Foxconn, Caterpillar, Google, Samsung, Nokia, Applied Materials, Tata Power, Winfest, Jabil, Rockwell, among many others. The return of global automaker Ford to India is another feather in his cap. Dr. Raja is known for directly engaging with business leaders to bring investments to the state. A perfect example was the recently the images that went viral of him driving Foxconn chairman Dr. Yang Liu from Chennai airport to Vallam Vadagal, Sipcot, estate near Sri Pradamadur. Dr. Raja is a graduate of the University of Madras with a master's in psychology. He was awarded a doctorate in philosophy in counseling psychology and management from Wells University. Prior to taking charge as cabinet minister from May 7, 2021, he was a member of the State Planning Commission. It's a privilege, sir, that you could join us today at the BS Roundtable. May I now request you to please deliver your keenly awaited inaugural address. Over to you, Dr. Raja. Many thanks.
Good morning. Let me begin by thanking Business Standard and especially our esteemed Vice Chairman at the State Planning Commission, Thiru Jayaranjan, who couldn't be here due to other pressing issues. Our full-time member of the State Planning Commission, Thiru Srinivasan Avargal, is here today. Thank you, sir, for coming and joining us today. My beloved MD Guidance, Tarej Ahmed, Dr. Tarej Ahmed, through A.K. Bhattacharya, through Sailesh Dubal, and the members of the Business Standard family, Consul Generals of various countries who have joined us today, friends from the business community, ladies and gentlemen, Vanakkam. Tamil Nadu is the manufacturing powerhouse. It's the engine that's driving India's growth story today. We have been a manufacturing behemoth for the longest time. I must tell you that Tamil Nadu, you pick any product on the HSN code, and Tamil Nadu will have the capability to manufacture that. I already see so many thumbs up, so coming from the audience. That means the business fraternity here knows very well that they have the capability. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Dravida Nayagan Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal, so passionate about his Dravidian model of politics, his Dravidian model of governance, which the entire nation today is talking about. Several states are looking at what we're doing. They're trying to tailor it for their own state. And some of the countries have started doing what Tamil Nadu state is doing, especially things like the morning breakfast scheme for children in school. I keep saying this on every stage. Tamil Nadu does not see other states as competition. We see other countries as our competition, because it is a known fact that Tamil Nadu is very unique. Some states do manufacturing, some states do services. If you look at Karnataka, they're very good at services, manufacturing not so. Maharashtra, huge with manufacturing, not so much with services. Telangana, again, huge with services, not so much with manufacturing. UP, again, very good with manufacturing, okay with services. But Tamil Nadu is the only state, it's the only state which has the right balance of both services and manufacturing. And this comes due to our innate ability, our talent, the humongous talent pool that the Dravidian model of governance has built, not over years, not over decades, it's almost a century now. It's a way of life for the Tamil people. We've taken education first. We chose education first over anything else. And that today has paid up, and that today has made what Tamil Nadu is today. When the Chief Minister says the Dravidian model of governance is succeeding, it's because the people of Tamil Nadu believed in the Dravidian model of governance. They believed in social justice, they believed in diversity, and they believed in equal opportunities, they believed in inclusive governance, they believed that women need to be given equal opportunity, and they took it upon themselves to make sure that the enabling ecosystem that the Dravidian model of governance got onto Tamil Nadu is made and put to good use by the women of Tamil Nadu. So when you walk into any other state and you put a mic to a young woman and ask her what the first question any stranger, any person who's just meeting her for the first time is asking, the first question any woman is asked upwards of the Vindhyas is, what does your husband do? Or what does your son do? You come back down south of the Vindhyas and especially come down to Tamil Nadu, the first question any woman is asked is, what do you do? This, ladies and gentlemen, is a huge, huge thing. And she is expected to work. And she feels bad if she doesn't have a good job. And it is the duty of this government, the government of M.K. Stalin, to make sure that she has that job. She has that job which she totally deserves, the one that she worked for throughout her life. We've just given her the enabling ecosystem, but the hard work is done by that girl, that woman. And you do know that in a patriarchal society as that in India, becoming a woman on her own and standing on her 2 feet and contributing to the notion of India and feeling proud of that, when she beams with pride, Tamil Nadu beams with pride. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, 43% of all the women working in India are from this one state called Tamil Nadu, and we are extremely proud of that. Extremely proud of that. And at that same time, it gives me a bit of sadness too, because we do know then that if just one state is doing 43%, the rest of India is not doing much. It means that the women in the rest of India are not being used properly. They're not given opportunity. They're not told that you can be someone. You can be that one soul that is adding value to India, that is propelling India. You could be that one person who is propelling India to the next amazing jump. Right? It could be that one person. We don't know. She's there. She's out there. We all know women are amazing at work, in many times more than men. I don't know what sort of backlash I'm going to get for that. But that trust that Tamil Nadu has, ladies and gentlemen, it's not about just equal opportunities. It's got this very sensible financial angle to it. In a household, if one person works, you make X. You enable the other person, it's 2X. Tamil Nadu is basically doubling its capacity, doubling its capability. It is just ensuring that optimal usage of human resource happens in this state, which has its manufacturing capabilities in place, which has its amazing educational institution in place, its world-class healthcare in place, its world-class infrastructure in place, its world-class ports in place. We are the only state in India, ladies and gentlemen, which actually pays its incentive. Many promise incentives, but this is the only state which actually pays its incentives. By that, what do I mean by that? I mean that when I give you an incentive package, I will not give you that which I cannot pay, right? So we are a very, very clean, proud state when it comes to dealing with industry. So industry trusts Tamil Nadu when we say things, right? And this, ladies and gentlemen, I can say with the approval of my Honorable Chief Minister through M.K. Stalin Avargal, has happened cutting across all regimes. There may be DMK or ADMK. Cutting across all regimes, Tamil Nadu is the only place where you will see policy continuity, and this is a very deep subject. Policy continuity. Policy continuity for all those who are clapping and all those who are clapping at homes watching this via the internet. And I must say, Tamil Nadu has the highest ping rate. Chennai has 7 submarine cables landing. Mumbai has 6 or 7. But Chennai is a better place to live in. So that's a marketing pitch right there. So to all those who are watching at home too, policy is key. Policy is everything. India today, I was in Davos. My Chief Minister had sent me there to speak about Tamil Nadu. And Davos, people were interested in knowing what we're doing with, how we are doing things uniquely when it comes to women empowerment, and we spoke about that too. And there we spoke about policy, and when the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, amazing man, the original Davos hero for India, he started the whole Davos thing for India, and a very good friend of Tamil Nadu. So when through Chandrababu Naidu also spoke, we were all on the same stage, and my request there, through Ashwini Vaishnav and all the amazing gentlemen were all there, my request to them was that India should start making its own policy. I think enough, we've had enough with the world telling us what sort of policy we should have. That, ladies and gentlemen, takes me to my main point, where this knowledge economy, why we are here today. I sincerely feel that we've done enough with services. I think Tamil Nadu, and India, of course, someday very soon, of course, with Tamil Nadu doing it, it's India. We must go the product nation way. I think we've had enough with services, we've done enough, we've excelled at it, we know how to do it, we've learnt it. Let's start re-engineering, let's start doing things on our own, let's start products for our own consumption. Let's create from bottom up our own products. We excel at manufacturing. We know how to manufacture. We know how to provide top world-class services. Our manufacturing talents are on par with the Japanese. In fact, the Japanese are coming here to Sriperumbudur to see how some of our factories are doing 0 parts per billion when some are not able to do 0 parts per million. So we have reached that level, at least Tamil Nadu has. We know we are there. We know we are there in many aspects, including education, but the union doesn't seem to understand that. That's a different story. I wouldn't want to bring that subject onto this stage, but on that point, you do know why Tamil Nadu is excelling and why we are all excelling today. This one language which has taken us to the world, and I think that burden of that one language plus the mother tongue is enough for kids to excel. Let's leave it at that. So when you go on to that stage, this services and manufacturing prowess that we have today should automatically lead to product nation, right? This is what Tamil Nadu is going towards. This is about making in Tamil Nadu for the world. We are already doing that, but this is about making unique things, making new products, ground up. We excel in R&D, we excel in design, we excel in manufacturing, we know how to get there, we excel in education, and if you let us be, we will excel in being product nation also, for India. This is always for India. Ladies and gentlemen, we have never, ever thought about Tamil Nadu alone as one single entity. India, and we are doing this for India, a healthy, flourishing, strong India is essential, it's extremely key for Tamil Nadu. We understand that completely, and we are doing this not only for Tamil Nadu, but our Chief Minister, through M.K. Stalin Inaugural, is doing this for India. Every single step he takes is not just for Tamil Nadu, it's for India, and I want to underline that here. So when we say that, when we want to go towards a product nation, how do we go there? I think that path is towards that door which says knowledge economy. When you want to take that, open that door, we need freedom in choices of what our kids learn, where they learn it, how they learn it. Let education be with those states who are already excelling in education. Again, I'm just deviating a bit, but I just want to make that point again and again. But where does this knowledge economy door open up to? Product nation. And how do we go there? We get to bring the top educational institutions from around the world to Tamil Nadu. We are already excelling in our education. So when we bring other top capabilities to the state, we know that our faculty will grab it with both hands, and so will our students. We do not go to the US and the UK just to chill. Some of our neighboring states do that. We don't do that. Our kids go there, and we have a huge bank loan which comes along with it. So we have to come back, pay back that huge loan again. But given that opportunity at home, we don't have to pay that loan. Our student has less of a baggage. So our Chief Minister wants to bring it back to Tamil Nadu. Our Chief Minister wants to bring this global capability to Tamil Nadu. And then what happens? We are already building our testing facilities. We are already giving center of excellences to all the startups in Tamil Nadu, TANCAM, TANSAM, all these amazing institutions where our kids from polytechnic, from schools, from colleges can go there and work on world-class software like Dassault Systems and other software which are available there for a very, very minimal cost. So they could probably do their entire digital twin on world-class software just because our government enabled that. Now they can do that there. We have our test facilities up. We're bringing world-class labs to Tamil Nadu. So when all this is available, and the next best thing for us to do would be a proper R&D facility. Sector-based R&D facilities, those are coming up very soon, ladies and gentlemen. And when that happens, now we might need the union's help. Where? I'll just finish with this last point. Where do we need this? This, ladies and gentlemen, is with support for R&D. How does research happen when research only happens when the researcher is free, right? He doesn't have to think about his future. The research, ladies and gentlemen, does not happen in a day. Not in a few weeks, not in a few months, not even in a few years. Sometimes it takes decades. So for a person who's just fresh out of college, amazing, brilliant ideas in his mind, he could be that one person changing the world. But what's weighing him down? The fear of future, right? Fear of his future, his family's future, the burden of having to save for his family, the burden of having to have a family, which is, for some that is a very, that's a different subject. Why must everybody have a family is another question that some of them have. But of course, now the society, and you need to have a family, you need to have kids. And Tamil Nadu now wants to have more kids for obvious reasons, to protect ourselves. Anyway, so when you have all that on your mind, running on your mind, how do you think of quantum physics and AI and looking at quantum entanglement and all that? You can't think that way, right? You can't have all that running on your mind when you have to look at booking your kids, your unborn kids' school 3 years prior to actually get into LKG. You can't do all that. So how do you do all this? You have a safety net. You need a safety net from the government. The government, ladies and gentlemen, needs to be the safety net. You pick these amazing minds, which we already have. These minds are going to so many other countries elsewhere in the world and doing research all over the world. Why not in India? Because there is no safety net here. You want to go into life sciences, you want to find a new molecule, you need at least 15, 16 years. Ask the life sciences guys, some of them are here already. You need 10 to 15 years to get into life, you find a drug, yeah? From scratch. For you to clear all the processes and come out, it takes at least a minimum of 10 years. Now what happens to this researcher till then? What sort of commitment, what sort of safety net does he or she have? Nothing. The government gives you a bit of support, yes. But are we there yet where we can say, okay, we're going to give you 500 crores. It's okay to fail. You need to tell the researcher, you need to tell them that, yes, I trust you, I trust your capabilities, it's okay to fail, just go try. Unless the person knows that it's okay to fail, I don't think they will have that capability to just go give it everything. That fear of failure, ladies and gentlemen, that needs to be removed. And that can only be done by caring, clear, responsible, and astute governments. Not any governments, governments who can actually understand the tech, governments which can actually understand the capability, and governments which can actually understand the roadmap towards research, right? Only when that happens, only when you have a government which can do all this, can you actually have actual research happening. Today, China comes up with a product every single day. Do you think it's just people who are creating it? No, it's the government which is backing it with funds for research and telling its people, first enabling its people to do research, first giving them the capabilities, seeing if they have the capability, having that capability to check that capability first, which is key, right? Having people in governance who can understand that language, which is also very key. Having lawmakers and administrators, both. It's not just the administrators. It doesn't work that way. It has to be the administrator who takes a very level call on the product, on the capability. It also has to be the lawmaker who knows what the people need and gives you that weightage to give you that extra pounds, extra money, extra rupees, extra dollars to engage in that research. So that prioritization of research needs to come from the lawmaker, not the administrator. The administrator does not have that call. It's the lawmaker who needs to take the call. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we need astute lawmakers. Right? And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we need people who are educated, and that is why the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam and its leader are continuously making sure you can choose whoever you want to, but choose wisely. And for choosing wisely, for this nation to become great, this nation to go to that ultimate aim where it's just possible. It's already possible. We know our people are capable. For us to reach that goal of product nation, we need, at the basics, very well educated voters who can choose wisely, who can choose good lawmakers, and lawmakers who can choose wisely the products, administrators who can understand the products, understand the capability of the researcher, and researchers who are free, who can rest assured that the government has their backs. In this government, ladies and gentlemen, the government of the M.K. Stalin Inaugural has the backs of the researchers in Tamil Nadu. And ladies and gentlemen, Tamil Nadu will be the #1 forever when it comes to product building, when it comes to manufacturing, when it comes to services, not just because of amazing chief ministers like ourselves, not just because of the administrators that we have, it's because of the people. It's ultimately the people of Tamil Nadu who are brilliant, who have done this for Tamil Nadu. Thank you. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, Dr. Raja, for such a high quality and in-depth address. There are many takeaways for this audience. For me, what stood out is how the century-old Dravidian model of politics and governance, of focusing on education, focusing on the women, has led Tamil Nadu to achieve a right balance of services and manufacturing, how Tamil Nadu in some ways is a sui generis case in this country of having a double engine government, if I may say, of both male and female with high labor force participation. Your call of creating a product nation and that making in Tamil Nadu, making for India and making for the world, I think it's a brilliant call for the industry. With that, may I request my colleague, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, to please come up on stage and start the fireside with the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, AKB. Over to you.
Thank you, Sailesh. Mr. Minister, you were such a powerful speaker that you make me feel very, put in a very wrong position where I have to make our conversation more exciting than your speech. So let me try. My colleague, Mr. Doval, referred to an incident to which you just looked at him tangentially about your decision, which I believe was impromptu, to drive the head of the Foxconn chief, Dr. Yang Liu, from the airport to it's a 1 hour drive, I believe. What really happened? Why did you do it?
Got it. First of all, I think every single person born is an amazing speaker, amazing orator. All you need to do is speak from the heart. So when that happens, I think everybody is just great. It's only when you have doubts about what to say and want to be very correct, then doubts creep in and then you don't get to speak.
Okay.
That becomes difficult. So otherwise, everybody is a fantastic speaker. So why? Because I was just wondering why that single drive was I don't know, it just went viral and
it became newspaper headlines.
Yeah. In my mind, it was a very casual request. I said, so we have 1 hour. In my mind, it was 1 hour with the chairman of Foxconn. Not many people get that. And rather have it with him. And I think, and we ensured actually removing the driver.
Okay.
Enabled one more in the car. I took my MD guidance in the car.
And you drove in your car?
I drove, yeah.
It was your car?
Huh?
It was your car?
My car, yeah. I usually drive. I think most of the drivers in the room will accept that it's very hard to have your driver drive you when you're actually an okay driver. So usually I just drive, but yeah, and then getting 1 hour with the chairman of Foxconn, because from here to Sripam, almost 45 minutes, I thought that was the only thing that was running in my mind. And I can tell you one more thing. We might soon have very good news, hopefully, coming out of that drive. So
wonderful. so I was on the right track then. So if it is not, I'm just trying my luck here. If it is not too private a discussion, generally without revealing the news headline, can you tell us what all you did you discuss really?
Basically, it was my duty to tell him what Tamil Nadu is all about, right? Tamil Nadu has been a very shy state, and Silla, the Australian CG, is here, and she and her predecessor, Sarah Curley, when she first met me, when I took over, she said, Tamil Nadu does so much, but yet you're not talking about yourself. I said, exactly. That's how I feel. Exactly how I felt. So it felt nice to get that endorsement from outside on how I feel. I felt the same way. I thought we should be more outspoken and tell the world what we are. I think Tamil Nadu has been very, very shy. We've added so much value to the country, to the nation. Yet it's only Mumbai and Bengaluru and then, a few other cities that the world knows of. Bengaluru, I can understand. They have amazing weather and other add-ons. But Mumbai, again, financial capital. And Delhi, that's it. The world thinks that the nation is just that. To we wanted the world to actually open their hearts and eyes to Tamil Nadu. Right? We are the manufacturing giant, but yet any other headquarters needs to be in Mumbai. Why? I don't understand. We are the SaaS capital, we are the fintech capital, yet all the HQs go to Mumbai or Noida. So, and then come these journalists who don't understand how FDI works, and they say FDI is going to other states. While the entire manufacturing, all the entire action is in Tamil Nadu, only the headquarters gets the numbers. So that numbers get skewed to that. And then they say Tamil Nadu is not getting enough FDI. So we really wanted to tell the world that Tamil Nadu is just not temples and beaches and tourism. This is where the action is. This is where everything happens. So we started talking about Tamil Nadu, and I basically, we went places, we visited a lot of countries, and I've been traveling a lot. And luckily for my chief minister, he also endorsed it, and he came himself. So his trips to the US made a huge impact there. And now the world is looking at Tamil Nadu in a different way, and they know that Tamil Nadu has the capability, as I said, to manufacture anything on the head system board. So when this capability exists, along with sustainability as the foundation, along with infrastructure, amazing infrastructure, along with a government which can understand and talk the language of industry, this is what everybody would dream of. And that is why today, any investor that walks into India, the first door that they knock on is the door of the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
Okay, you didn't tell us what all did you discuss with.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hoping you would. Okay, what I told him was about
I
Tamil
believe you
Nadu.
discussed artificial intelligence.
Okay, I can tell you, I mean, some of it, I think the next day he also told the newspapers. I mean, he was also, he's quite an open man, outspoken man, and I think he also gave some hints to the press the next day, so I'll just stick to that. We spoke about the capabilities of Tamil Nadu. We spoke about how we'll need to do more value addition on critical minerals, how we'll need to do more on the existing capabilities to build on storage. So he also spoke about how he's also looking at storage in the future. We are also looking, we also spoke about going down the value chain, bringing clusters for component manufacturing to enable whatever they're manufacturing. Already you know what they're manufacturing. I can't say it though. It's a weird thing. But everybody knows what they're manufacturing. So for that manufacturing, we wanted to bring more of the components into India. So we want to increase the percentile of the components that are already available, and we have done that too.
You're doing that, okay. But let me come to your speech, which, as I said, powerful, scintillating. You talked about the Dravidian model. And what I could make out, and with what a little understanding I have of the Dravidian model, you talk about social justice, you talk about education, you talk about women. Is there anything that I have missed in the Dravidian model?
Well, I mean, I can take a day to talk about the
No,
Dravidian model.
so that this audience can understand what is the Dravidian model really.
I'll give you the industry language to it. The industry today talks about diversity, equity, and inclusivity, and that's what we've been saying for 100 years. We just call it social justice.
So inclusivity is also there.
Yeah. Huh?
Inclusivity.
Yeah, inclusivity. That's what I'm saying. So, and what we call that as social justice. That is what it is. And social justice is also about addressing issues relating to climate change. I mean, the first people who get hit because of climate change, the people at the bottom strata. And this government, or any government, in our minds, especially in the minds of our chief minister, needs to look at every single person in that population and not just at one layer alone. So this government is for everyone. He talks about everything for everyone, and more so about distributed growth. This is one point which I didn't talk about. Maybe with this question I'll lead on to that. Distributed growth, ladies and gentlemen, this is, you see results today in Tamil Nadu. This is very, very close to my chief minister's heart. If you go to any other state in India, you look at one or two cities. Go to Karnataka, it's just Bengaluru, maybe Mangalore, maybe a bit of others. And then in Maharashtra, Mumbai, Pune, then what? In Telangana, Hyderabad, then what? So in UP, just clustered towards closer to Delhi, then what? But only in Tamil Nadu, the most urbanized state in the country, only in Tamil Nadu, you get Chennai, go to Sriperumbudur, Kanchipuram, then you go to Ranipet, Vellore, then you go to Krishnagiri, Hosur, Dharmapuri, you go to Coimbatore, Tirupur, Salem, Namakkal, come to Trichy, and then now we have opened up Tanjavur also, which is the agrarian belt. Imagine we've taken IT growth to Tanjavur, and now we opened up a SIPCOT, and we are opening up a SIPCOT in Nagapattinam. And going down south, going to Virudhunagar, the PM Mitra Park is coming up there. And Madurai, again, huge growth, SIPCOT. Tirunelveli, already growing, booming. Teni has a food park. And Thoothukudi, amazing growth. Winfast is already there. You're seeing some of the hydrogen manufacturers setting up shop there. Kanyakumari, soon, very soon, coming up too. So this is the only state where you can just close your eyes, put your finger on the map of Tamil Nadu, and you can start an industry there. Everything already in place. This is the only place that can do that.
Okay. One more supplementary on the Dravidian model. The entire country, we see the poor country relatively. We see scope for subsidies, welfareism, people giving rules. Talked about distributed growth. There's a lot of redistribution happening through these welfare schemes and subsidies. What is your take on subsidies and welfareism under the Dravidian model of economic governance?
This is what they call the Revdi culture. When they started up, they just don't understand. They just don't understand social welfare. That's the sad part. Most of India, at least the lawmakers in the north of India, don't seem to understand social welfare itself. Welfare schemes are enablers. Welfare schemes are enablers for economic activity, local economic boom. Our chief minister has $1 trillion dream. We're at around 320 billion now. We want to go the $1 trillion way. If that needs to happen, every single village needs to see a lot of economic growth. And how do you churn economy at every single location? How do you enable women to look at what is possible? Mm-hmm. We did that, as I told you, it's taken us decades. The breakfast scheme and the precursor to that, the noon meals, did not start 10, 20, 30, 40 years back. Right. It started in 1927. The 1920s, can you imagine, with the Justice Party. So this started then. What did that do? This enabled kids to come to school, right? It enabled parents to know that going to school, my kid is going to get at least a meal a day. And it's going to also assimilate knowledge. And this someday is going to make sure that my family, which is stuck in poverty, is going to be coming out of it, enabled by the education that my next generation is getting. And this, we started in 27, with whatever little we could. The Justice Party started it. And then, of course, came Kamraj. And then, of course, Kalinga pushed it ahead. MJR did a bit. And then we added more. Even Madam Jayalalitha did a bit. And then, when our Chief Minister today came, he saw that some of them were going to school on just a tea, on just a glass of tea, some of the kids. But this happens not just because the parents, sometimes not just because the parents couldn't afford it, but it's more with the kind of work that the parents do. Parents who are going to work at 6, 7 in the morning, and noon meal though anyway, it's there in school. So they said, okay, I mean, you can have whatever and then go to school, have food there and come back. So there was this, it was not malnutrition, it was stunted growth. So we're addressing every single point by just adding that one social welfare scheme, which is just morning breakfast. I must tell you this, the Planning Commission members are here. Through Jayaranjan, who's the Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission, who was part of the manifesto team for the DMK, was also keen in enabling the morning breakfast scheme. So the breakfast scheme, when we said, I'll just have to elaborate on this, how we thought, how the process of thinking from the government of Tamil Nadu goes for even a single scheme. You call it freebies, but look at how we look at it. Look at how Tamil Nadu looks at it. He just didn't announce the breakfast scheme overnight. He gave it to the State Planning Commission. The State Planning Commission went about with its own team, where there's a nutritionist, there's a allopathy, there's a MBBS doctor and a Siddha doctor also. They look at everything, every possible angle. They look at how we can add value to these kids. And there is this need to give iron to the kids. And when iron dosed at a higher rate gives them giddiness, some of them faint and stuff. So there is a dose that you can give only at that pace. So you want to give the nutrients, you also want to add iron. So they actually went to NIFTM in Tanjavur. They saw how can we add iron to this entire package. We wanted to have moringaine extract, which is nanoparticles of moringaine extract, which is very good with iron. Right? We wanted to dose that into the nutrition bar. So we also spoke about that. How can we do this? Because we thought, okay, some of the kids may not have, they may not like the food, they may not eat it. So might as well give them a nutrition bar, and then they will, they'll definitely love the nutrition bar. Anything sweet, the kids love it. And they'll probably have it there or take it home. Somewhere it's going to be consumed, and via that you can dose the iron. But then that after several discussions, the chief minister said, no, we're going to give them proper food. So today, or if you're there tomorrow, we'll be glad to take you to any of the schools here. I think, though, I don't know if they're working now. So if you go to any of the schools for morning breakfast, all of you should try it. You should go to some of the schools and try the morning breakfast there. It's just proper, amazing, good food. So this chief minister, when he packages a social welfare scheme, he did that. I'll just close with one more thing. Kalangar Magalir Urimai Togai, which is just 1,000 rupees every single day to every single mother. That woman who we used to call housewife, right? This chief minister does not see her as a housewife. He sees her as the woman who's built the nation. And this 1,000 rupees, which the Tamil Nadu government gives to every single woman every single month in Tamil Nadu, is not about just enabling her financially. It's about saying thank you. And it's also about saying, sorry, we did not recognize the toil, the hard work that every single woman puts at home building this nation. We didn't do this all this way. Sorry and thank you. This is the level at which Tamil Nadu thinks.
Okay.
So a freebie is not a freebie, ladies and gentlemen, especially to my friends in other states. This is not freebie. This is about saying thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this elaborate explanation. Put it in the right context. Let me turn to the subject of this seminar. We have around 12 minutes, so it is okay with you. I mean, I think they are thoroughly enjoying it. The subject is reimagining Tamil Nadu. So very, maybe a stupid question, but why do you think you need to reimagine Tamil Nadu? It is doing so well otherwise. You yourself said things are really doing well. Number one state in so many pay areas. State is doing well. So why reimagine Tamil Nadu at all?
Because we are not just satisfied with that. We want to go to the next level. I know that we are capable of much more bigger things. You think we're okay, we've achieved that. We don't think so. We know that our capabilities are much, much more than this.
So
as I told you, we are not there yet. We just scratched the surface. And you've just started to look at us. You don't know what we are capable of. You don't know. The world does not know what Tamil Nadu and its people are capable of. And I know that product nation is something which sounds very, very small, just 2 words. But the depth of those 2 words, and I know that industry understands that, the probable boost to the economy, the probable boost to availability of new ideas, new opportunities for MSME especially, which is the largest employer. And enabling an MSME will also enable innovation. This I don't know why most don't see this. Enabling MSME, ladies and gentlemen, is the best way to look at more innovation. Because all the innovation happens at the MSME level, not at the major industry level. All the innovation, because the problem fighting, the fighting happens there with the MSME. And I think that is why the MSMEs need to be enabled in a big way. And that is why we're doing this. And reimagining Tamil Nadu for the world is what it is actually about. It is about reimaging, giving a fresh image of Tamil Nadu to the world also. It's more like rebranding it, which is the product nation way. And that is why we are going. And I think we're doing great. I know the world thinks we're doing absolutely great, but you are comparing us to other states. Compare us to other countries, and that's what we want to do. And I think compared to other countries, I know that I can beat the US. I'm already beating the US with GER. We are much better than the US with GER. So our goals, our fight is up there, not here.
There's one, the hint that you gave, what will be the role of value-added services, which is part of the knowledge economy, and I could get a sense that you are also not really vacating that knowledge economy space either. So how would you look at services sector? Do you want to pursue the services sector with equal zeal along with manufacturing or maybe advanced manufacturing? Your thoughts on that? Services is where the jobs, the number of jobs, most number of jobs come from the services sector. So I think services definitely. So that's why I said when my opening remarks, I said that getting that balance, what other states are looking at, it's only services or manufacturing. Tamil Nadu is right there. It's the balance of services and manufacturing put together. We get high-paying jobs via the services, looking at R&D. We get high-end jobs there. Manufacturing, we get high-end jobs also, and also jobs for, let's say, masters, for the women. Look at our footwear sector. We're getting 30, 40,000 women working in a single space, and all of them getting super salaries, and they're having, they find jobs next to their homes. So this manufacturing and services, this balance, I think, needs to be maintained, and the government will definitely do that. And services, value addition from what knowledge economy brings, what the R&D brings, that's key. I think that's key. Okay. And in terms of one critical factor, which is the skilling, you talked a lot about basic education, higher education, but in industry and manufacturing, there is this constant talk about skilling. How do you see this challenge in Tamil Nadu, and how do you visualize this challenge being met, particularly at a time when I do understand that you do rely a lot on labor that comes from other states. You have a large chunk of migratory labor here. Your worldview perspective on skilling and labor challenges?
On labor challenges, as I told you, we are India. We don't mind some of the jobs which our kids, our highly educated kids, are not willing to do. Yeah. Somebody needs to do it, and we want to enable them also. That's not a problem. But when it comes to the population of Tamil Nadu and their capabilities, which is high-end, we're very well educated, and we need to give them high-end jobs, high-value jobs. And that is where we are heading. And skilling is something which we've always understood. Tamil Nadu has always had 1 year to industry, right? So we know what industry is saying. We know what their qualms are. We listen to them, we get their feedback, and we address that. And if you look at Tamil Nadu's amazing leaders like Kalingar, we had an IT policy in 1997, the first IT policy in India. Kalingar brought it way back when none of the other states, nobody else in India was talking much about the IT space itself. And that's why we became the SaaS capital. So we know where the industry is going. We look at what the industry might need 5 years, 10 years ahead. We work on that. We make sure that we interact with industry and institution interact. Curriculum today is not static. It's very dynamic. It changes the requirement is just changing every single day, especially with AI. And we bring in that capability. We enable we embed that into the curriculum. We make sure that happens on one side. And also, with amazing, the largest skilling initiative in India, non-Mudal one, which talks to industry, gets their feedback. Even new investors who are coming in, we take their feedback also, look at what they need the next year or the year after that. We enable that in our non-Mudalan scheme so that these kids are skilled and they are tailored to the requirement of the industry. And that is why today Tamil Nadu is the talent capital of India. It's not just because we produce the highest number of engineers and doctors and stuff, highest number of polytechnics, everything. But it's not just that, because we also tailor talent according to the requirement of the industry. And that is why Tamil Nadu is the talent capital, and that's why everybody keeps coming to Tamil Nadu, because you can just find anything. You ask for 1,000 PhDs, you want 500 of them to be women, done in a day. So you want 10,000 jobs, 10,000 engineers specified in instrumentation and controls engineering, done. We have it. You want AI-ready talent, done. We have it. We already have it. And the Chief Minister recognized AI's capabilities. We went to the US, we spoke to Google. Now Google is on board, going to train about 2 million kids in the next few years. So we are already looking into the future, and this government is constantly looking into the future, learning from industry and making sure we give you the best of talent.
Wonderful, thank you. I have only 5 minutes left. I have 2 questions more, but I'm just asking, would you like to take a couple of questions from the floor? Any questions from the floor? Please be specific and identify yourself. Just 2 questions. Yeah, go ahead. Is there a mic there?
Sir, good morning, sir. I am Professor Raghotman from Radharakshmi Engineering College. A question to Minister. Sir, really understood that we are having a very good FDI by the data given in the morning. Kerala is the only state where they are using a liter of water by promoting tourism, commuting passengers, using the waterways. Tamil Nadu is having an excellent east coast. Why we are not using the waterways, sir? Is there any plan by the Planning Commission to utilize the waterways, the commuter, tourism and everything, sir? Similarly, why can't we have a shipbuilding also, sir? We are always concentrating on automobile, everything.
Yeah, I think that's your question. Yeah.
Okay. The blue economy, we are already working on it. In fact, I personally worked on it when I was in the State Planning Commission in 21, 22, even in 22, 23. We've already looked at, we don't have perennial rivers, so using our rivers is a problem when it comes to using it as transport waterways. But using the coast is already in the works, and the union, of course, has its hands there also. So we're trying to work with them to get that going also. And yes, that is definitely on the anvil. About your next question, I can't talk to you about that now.
Okay.
That also gives you a message.
Yeah. Just last question from here. Identify yourself and brief question.
Hello, sir. This is Hemachandran. I was a skill enablement trainer.
One second. I think I will. I don't think. Yeah. I have the approval of my MD guidance. Shipbuilding is huge. I've just been to Norway. We've had amazing discussions there. We should have some really good news for you on that front.
Fantastic. So you broke 2 news today, one on Foxconn, the other one on Blue.
I'll tell you why I could do that. We generally are very closeted when it comes to news on what we're doing. But this, because I know that all of India needs much more than what just one state can do. We have a large coast. Yeah. Some of the other states have it, but they can't do much of shipbuilding. Kerala is doing a fantastic job with Cochin Shipbuilding, Cochin Yard. Cochin Yard is actually doing some of the best ships in the world. They have some amazing tech. We want to do better, of course. Whatever Tamil Nadu does will be the best in India. So we're coming up with something really big. So we hopefully should be coming up with it very soon. So yeah, that much I can tell you. And why I tell you that, because even if other states compete, I know that they can't beat us with the kind of course that they have and the kind of capabilities that we have.
Wonderful.
Hello.
Just one question, please, and we have to...
Sir, this is Hamish Chandran Somaskandan. So my question is, you said that we are offering more than other states. How we are negotiate with companies like PLI schemes? So you didn't spoke about PLIs. So that's my question, one of my questions. Second question is...
No, only one question, please. Okay. The lady will be asking the final question.
Sure. This is my question, sir.
Yeah.
How we align with the PLIs?
Okay. Final question, the lady. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
No, I think we are coming close to that. No?
Always.
Okay, go ahead.
Equal opportunity.
The lady, the woman.
Yeah. Sir, the future lies in research and development. So, what is the contribution of the central government and the state government in contributing the research and development towards industrial growth?
Yeah,
and how does it work? How does it work?
Okay. To the first question on incentives, Tamil Nadu is not a desperate state. We do not go after investment numbers. We do not go after the kind of numbers that other states go after. If somebody comes up with a 1 lakh crore figure, it's not like that we are after them immediately because it's 1 lakh crores. If it's only for 200 jobs for 1 lakh crores, it doesn't help us, right? But if it's just 200 crores and it's going to give me 20,000 jobs, of which 200 are going to be high-end jobs, I'm definitely going after them, right? And what sort of incentives we give, we do not discuss this, but of course the world knows that we must be giving the best balanced incentives. And as I said before, we're the only state which actually pays that incentive. So everybody in industry knows that when Tamil Nadu gives you a number, I can tell you, simply put, if let's say Tamil Nadu gives 50% incentive to somebody, and let's say X state is going to give, I don't want to name, I can name a few states which have been defaulting, but I don't want to do that. So when say X state is giving 80% incentive, this person is definitely going to come to Tamil Nadu because he knows that this 50 is going to come and that 80 is never going to come, right? So that trust, what Tamil Nadu has built, as I said, cutting across regimes, because of policy continuity and because of the understanding between the state and the industry, and the trust that we've built over decades, we are not breaking it. We are not going to break it forever. So that trust today gives us industry and investment, which comes on the back of this trust. So if it is just 50% and 80% on the other hand, people are going to come to this. As far as PLI is concerned, yes, there are instances, my Chief Minister also has spoken about it, there have been instances when just because the union is giving PLIs, some of the investments have been swung away. But I know for a fact that the state and its capabilities are well known by that investor who is gone also, because I know that they've come back to us and cribbed about what they're doing, what they're not able to do, where they've been taken. So I won't name that state also. So, and about the...
On the R&D, can I add to her question, which is that why, as Tamil Nadu doesn't take the lead in being the country's R&D capital? I mean, the state can take that lead. No?
That's exactly what I'm saying. This is what we are trying to correct now. This is something which, as a state, we want to do it also. But come on, going back to that other question, which I didn't address that also when it comes to adding value on the freebie side and how the welfare comes back and all that. When Tamil Nadu gives the union 1 rupee, we only get 29 paise. We just hope that 71 paise is made to put to good use. And this R&D should also be part of it. Instead of just spending it on one everything, you should start spending it on things like R&D. And we're happy with that. So as I said, we do want to take that lead, and I think the union should share that burden. We already are burdened with stuff like energy and transport and all this, and I also think the union should just you're writing off lakhs of crores every year in defaults for the rich and the richest in the country. Why aren't you writing off all the debt of energy debts of states in India? One check, you're done, and at least then we're unburdened, and then we should be able to do what you're saying. We should be able to take R&D on our own. I'm just saying, these are all, your priorities are wrong. That's why we keep saying the union's priorities are wrong, completely wrong. They don't understand what all states need. Some states need that, give it to them. I'm not saying no, please do. We will add value. We will help you also. But when one state, the grown state, one of the best states in the country, which is leading by example, which has already done so many things, and we've given you proof, why would you want us to do things that we've cleared almost 10, 20, 30, 100 years or 50 years ago? Yeah, why would you want to do that? So PLI, we are still pushing, and we definitely we are getting some of the. If you look at footwear and stuff, it's helping. I'm not saying PLI is not helping. PLI is helping. It's also helping some other states in a different way. But as I said, incentives, we know what we can do. We are spending the public's money. We're being very responsible with it. So when we give our incentives, we're very, very conservative. But industry is still coming because they know that money is going to come.
Thank you.
And for R&D, I think I've already addressed that.
Thank you, Dr. Raja. We have come to the end of it, but I have to ask you this question, final question. We have been discussing Tamil Nadu for the last 75 minutes, and the world is looking at Tamil Nadu, and there are major developments taking place in the world right now. Whatever is happening in the world right now, particularly in the United States of America, do you think this is an opportunity for us, or it is something that we need to sort of react to in a different way? What are your take?
Whatever differences that we have with the union, when it comes to the question of a nation, we have to all come together and stand as one. And I think we should back whatever decision the union takes. We are all hoping that the union will stay strong in its decision and make sure that industry, our own industry, does not lose out on any of this arm twisting or whatever you want to call that. But I think India should stand on its own. India should should understand its capabilities. It should understand the needs, requirements of the industry. If you ask me, they should talk to industry, bring them on board, talk to them, take a decision on all this tariffs after listening to industry. And I think that's the one thing that's missing. They seem to be doing everything on their own, which I don't think is advisable, especially when it comes to such large geopolitical issues. Everybody understands what's happening in the US. I see large gains coming, especially for states like Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra and Karnataka. But I do also think that we have to step back, because this is not something which the world is used to. Right? Yeah. Everyone in the world is looking at it as what's happening. So it's something which none of us expected. I mean, some of us did, but not to this extent. But now that it's happening, we should also respect their decision. They're a country on their own, and it's their decision. They've chosen a leader, and the leader is taking a decision. So given that situation, I think India needs to take a very strong stand, and India needs to take a stand after consulting the stakeholders. And I think that stakeholders meeting needs to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Raja. It's a very reassuring statement that you made. You've been very kind, very patient, addressed some of the questions from the floor, addressed my questions as well, and you gave a brilliant, scintillating speech. Thank you once again. We are really grateful to you for having spent this much time here at the Business Standard Roundtable on Tamil Nadu. There's a small memento for you on behalf of Business Standard.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
Hello.
Ready. Just
In a few
about to
minutes,
bring-
we are starting the next session. May I request everyone to take their seats, please? All the guests who are outside the room, may I request them to please usher in and take their seats. We are starting the session in another 5 minutes.
Come on, hurry up. Ready. Just about to break the news.
Rolling.
Ma'am, we need to deliver your parcel. An OTP has been sent to verify the address. Cancel that parcel. I haven't ordered anything. And no one sends an OTP to verify the address. Got it, Mr. Fraudster?
Even she recognized the fraudster.
When your alertness is on point, you don't become the talking point. So stay alert and bank safe. Khabar 9, Khabardar Bano. Issued in public interest by Indian Bank.
Come what may, the story will slay.
Hello?
Hey mom,
Dolly?
I'm at the salon and my credit card isn't working. So I've sent you a QR code. Please pay for me.
But Dolly doesn't have a credit card.
Mom, quick, just pay.
Fraudy, you have copied my daughter's voice really well. But this call is fake, and so are you.
Even you recognize the fraudster?
When your alertness is on point, you don't become the talking point. So stay alert and bank safe. Khabar 9, Khabardar Bano. Issued in public interest by Indian Bank.
So all the guests who are still outside, may I request them to just usher in and take their seats. We are starting the session in another couple of minutes. So welcome back. May I request everyone to please take their seats. Mobile is still on the silent mode, please. Thank you. So after the scintillating speech by Honorable Minister Dr. T.R.B. Raja and the fireside chat and Q&A, we are starting the second phase of our business roundtable, and that is shaping Tamil Nadu's future, role of GCCs and beyond. And to discuss this, may I call upon stage Mr. Ganga Priya Chakravarti, Managing Director, Ford Business School. Miss Ganga Priya Chakravarti, I'm so sorry. Business Service, okay. Siva Padmanabhan, Managing Director, AstraZeneca Limited. Can I get a better round of applause, please? The gentleman and the lady here is, from her busy schedule, they have taken the time for you. Mr. Kevin George, Global Director of Information Services Expeditors. and Mr. Jay Kumar Subramanian, partner, Deloitte India. And to moderate this panel, may I invite Nivedita Mukherjee, Executive Editor, Business Standard, on the stage, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chennai. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine now. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chennai. After the fascinating morning session with the Industries Minister of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Raja, we are going to have another good session on GCC, that is the flavor of the time. And we'll begin with... Yeah, sorry, I think I'll have to. We'll begin with Gangapriya. You represent Ford Business, and I want to ask you first about how your company is looking to contribute to the aspirations of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu becoming a knowledge hub, and also Tamil Nadu's goal of becoming a 1 trillion economy by 2030.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
I think there's a problem with the microphone. Can somebody check?
Can you hear me? Good morning. Yeah, okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity, and very happy to be part of this distinguished panel. For those of you who don't know, Ford has been operating the business services organization since the year 1998. It was chosen as a location for the GCC because we had our manufacturing operations, and the organization globally had sort of recognized the availability of talent in the state of Tamil Nadu. So that was almost 25 plus years ago. We have over the years grown to close to about 12,000 employees now. And the very peculiar thing, or the very unique thing about Ford Business Solutions is that we provide services to Ford Motor Company across a wide cross-section of functions. So in the world of business services organizations and GCCs, we are perhaps a great example of work that we do in the business process management space, which is, the finance, accounting, supply chain management, human resources kind of activities. We also have a very large presence in the ER&D space, where employees are working on, digitally enabled manufacturing and similar kind of activities. And there is also a large contingent of IT and data analytics folks who are part of the organization. In fact, more than half of our organization is focused on IT and analytics. The important thing about what we have seen over the years is that we have access to terrific talent in the state of Tamil Nadu. We hire from all over the country just so that we have access to the right kind of talent. But a large proportion of our talent actually comes from the state of Tamil Nadu. So it's qualified talent. It is talent that is willing to go out of their comfort zone and work in areas that are really either cutting edge of technology, or they're willing to sort of break old barriers and look beyond. They're very enterprising. very resourceful. So a lot of qualities that can be assigned to the talent that is available. And also it's a pool that continues to refresh itself. In fact, if you look at the state of Tamil Nadu, we have large number of engineering colleges that are churning out qualified engineers that sort of help to ensure that we have a continuous source of very good talent. Lastly, I would say that we also have access to an ecosystem in Tamil Nadu, particularly in and around Chennai, to automobile talent, which is very important for our kind of business because they need to understand the context in which we are providing the services to a large organization like Ford Motor Company. And we are able to tap into that kind of talent as well. In all of this, it would be amiss if I don't talk about the kind of support that we get from the Tamil Nadu government, whether it is in terms of, the incentives that are announced from time to time. I would say less in the case of GCCs, and I think the recent one is a very good example of what they have on offer. But also the fact that they are quite supportive in terms of day-to-day running of our operations. They are quite accessible. We are able to get to government officials. They listen to our concerns, and they are also speedy in terms of the kind of actions that they take. So I would say all of this really makes it easy for an organization like us to operate. Just for information, Chennai hosts the second largest density or highest number of employees, particularly in the what we call management cadre, after our headquarters, which is in Dearborn. So that is how important this place is. And what we have noticed is that we started with finance and accounting, but over the years we have been able to satiate the requirements of the enterprise across multiple areas. Yeah. So really many reasons for why we think it's a great place to be.
Thanks for that, Gangapriya. I'll go to Shiva from AstraZeneca. Do you think GCCs will be a vehicle for Tamil Nadu to become a knowledge economy in the near future, a knowledge economy hub, and also for its overall aspirations of 1 trillion economy by 2030?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a really good topic, and we saw that the minister had talked about some of the... Can you all hear me over there, the back? Okay, great. So yeah, I think it's a fantastic foundation that we had in the previous discussion about two concepts, right? One is the product nation, and then this whole thing about the knowledge economy. And if you look at global capability centers, and maybe I'll spend a quick minute on AstraZeneca's own global capability center. We call it our Global Innovation and Technology Center. So that's what our internal branding is. We've been here for more than 10 years, since 2014, close to 3,500 employees in Chennai, and we've had a fabulous, sort of period of growth and also sophistication and value that we have added to the enterprise over this time. So I think GCCs bring a lot of unique strengths, and it's like peeling the onion to me towards the ambition of knowledge economy and the product nation. And why do I say that, right? So if you look at the top of the top layer, it's about, okay, are you creating jobs? Okay, how many jobs did you create, which is the 3,000, 4,000, whatever it is, right? The thousands of jobs. And these are very high quality jobs, and they actually attract some great talent, retain some great talent in the state, rather than go to other countries, as the minister was saying, and also attract talent from other states into Tamil Nadu who are top talent. So that is kind of the first level, right? But if you sort of peel that one layer, which is, I think, about, if you think about the product nation, it is all about the jobs in the GCCs, and not just the jobs. The mission of the GCCs today is to create world-class products and world-class services, world-class platforms for the whole enterprise. And these are the leading enterprises of the world. You know, take any industry, right, whether automotive or pharmaceutical or logistics. You know, you have some of the top companies putting their top jobs in a place like Tamil Nadu and Chennai. And when that happens, and all of the mission of these companies is to create world-class products out of India that can be used everywhere in the world. So when you do that, you start to develop an ecosystem and a thinking around how to build products. You start to build capability, not only within the GCC, but amongst the partners, amongst the academic institutions that are feeding talent. We do a lot of things going out to these institutions, talking about the top types of products we build, talking about design thinking, for example, you know, coaching people on this. So you actually are equipping the ecosystem to build products, and not just build any products, but build products specific to industries. Now, this is what we need in the future, right? I mean, I think we have built a lot of horizontal products in the past, whether it be, you know, for example, CRM software or service management software. Just Chennai is a SaaS capital, right? But when it comes to industry specific, that's where the GCCs can bring a lot of knowledge and coaching and capability building around creating the next generation of products for the future. And then you start peeling some more of that, right? And then you start to see the whole knowledge economy sort of aspects that we were talking about, right? So R&D is often sort of, in my view, confused a bit with the knowledge economy, and everyone keeps talking about R&D as the epitome, and that is, right? R&D is very important. We need to create, you need to have researchers, but typically we think about people in a lab and wearing coats and doing experiments in a physical environment, and the digital economy is changing that, right? So creation of value in terms of new products is not just happening in laboratories, it's happening digitally in GCCs, where you can have a digital twin of a human being or a machine or a building, and you're doing, you know, you're tuning it, you're fine-tuning it, you're applying AI into it, and you're actually taking it to the next level. That is equally as valuable as traditional R&D. So I think we should be careful about when we do policy building. It's not just to talk about R&D in the strict old theoretical sense, but talk about the digital avatar of R&D, which is happening in these GCCs. So really, you're driving, you know, the products of the future and the thinking about how to build products out of these GCCs. So that is the kind of value that we see GCCs adding to that mission.
Kevin, good morning. Your opening thoughts on the subject, and how can the industry contribute to Tamil Nadu? And since, you know, many GCC players are present across cities and states, why Tamil Nadu?
Good morning, all. Thanks for Business Standard organizing this roundtable consecutively for a second year. Hope to see for many more years. This is a much needed for the state as well as the ecosystem. So first, appreciation to Business Standard. So I go back asking the question from a parent perspective, why someone would decide to establish a GCC in the country or specifically in Tamil Nadu? I would peel it into 5 different parameters. The first is the talent. Honorable Minister spoke extensively about the talent. But let's talk about some stats around the state and why this state is particularly the knowledge capital or the talent capital of the country. 20% of the STEM graduates in the country are graduating from this state. Now, interestingly, okay, they are graduating, but how they are becoming employable in real terms, that's the key thing. Last year, 2024, the entire ITS industry added from a 5.6 million of a total workforce base, it has increased to 5.8 million. So net addition of 200,000 people in the country. And out of the 200,000 people added, 80% of the hiring happened through the GCCs, which is closer to 160,000 people. Net hiring happened, net addition happened in the GCC ecosystem in the country. Very interesting aspect is 25% of the hiring happened in this state. And that's the highest in the country. So which means, you know, the talent coming out from the institutions, here is an opportunity how the opportunities are given and how this scaling of hiring also happening. So talent is the topmost thing why a GCC would choose to establish in the state or in the country. I think the second ecosystem Ganga talked about is the business knowledge. And Honorable Minister also touched about, we are the manufacturing prowess in the country. 39,000 manufacturing units in the state, which puts us the largest manufacturing hub in the country. Domain knowledge and business knowledge plays a very important role for any GCCs to come and set up. It be the healthcare, logistics, manufacturing, automobile, retail. Take any set of GCCs they want to come in, they definitely wanted to have that domain knowledge. Why? Because the product management knowledge is a very key aspect. The product managers need to sit here in terms of the software development or any technological incubation happen out here, right? The third and most important thing is the research and development. As we progress into the AI cycle of the innovation, research and development plays a very critical role for GCCs, and GCCs are incubating in that particular space, setting up research labs, having their own AI labs. Tamil Nadu again has the highest number of patent filing on the research. And also Tamil Nadu has the highest number of publications on the research papers. And the fourth important aspect is the infrastructure development. Again, Honorable Minister talked about the widespread of distributed growth happening in the state. So it's not about Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu today hosts closer to 325 GCCs out of the 1,700 GCCs we have in the country. And predominantly 80-90% of the GCCs are spread in the state, in the Chennai, in the city. And we have Coimbatore coming up in the next, Trichy coming up next, as well as the Madurai, Salem. So the distributed ecosystem helps a lot of companies to look for more options. The beauty is all these different cities in Tamil Nadu, they also have close access to the talent. A lot of engineering colleges are very close by. So that is enabling for them to scale quickly on their talent base. And the last one, most important thing is about the government policies. Tamil Nadu came first with the research and development policy, and also in 2023, they come up with the GCC incentives for all the ecosystem from the growth perspective. So combinedly, if a new entrant coming in to the state, I would say most of the other factors, maybe 10 years back, Shiva and me would be talking about cost would be a key factor. We are not talking about the cost at all. We're talking about the talent, we're talking about the infrastructure, we are talking about research and development. These ecosystems are propelling the future for Tamil Nadu. And most importantly, as a conclusion, talent is the new currency, and Tamil Nadu is printing it for the global.
Talent is the new currency. That's a good one. Jaikumar, coming to you, you are the numbers and research person, Jaikumar from Deloitte. Chennai and Bangalore, they are often, spoken about together in terms of GCC. Who is beating who really? What are your thoughts and what is the projection?
Just to answer that question, maybe I will quickly answer some numbers here. Is it better? Okay. Vanakkam. Before I answer the specific question, let me quickly give some statistics of the numbers, right? We all should be proud as a nation that we have 1,800 global capability centers in the country, right? We have 2 million population that actually works, right? And the spectrum of services, what we offer from here as a country is that split into 4 areas. The one is on the engineering R&D. Second is the business process services. Third is around the software product development. And the fourth is around the infrastructure and associated cyber security, right? What is the most important part of this entire growth story is that over the last 3 decades, we have proven in multiple forms that we have a lot of confidence and guts in something which can really transformative and innovative for the enterprises. So that is one thing which we are able to demonstrate repeatedly over the last 3 decades. And because of that, we are also a kind of a magnet to set up more and more GCCs in the country. And today, out of the global share, we have close to almost more than 50% of the GCCs are set up in the country over here, right? So considering this, now coming to beyond the nation, what is it among the states? I think it is always better to challenge the status quo because it gives a lot of competitive edge for each of the states to create an opportunity. And let us see what is the growth story we are speaking about. When we're talking about 1 trillion, it's 3 times the growth story. It's no more a percentage growth we are talking. From 340 billion, what Dr. Raja spoke about, it is 3 times growth. And do we want to do this 3 times growth in what period? We are not taking a long time. We are talking about only 5 years duration. Can I make this growth? And how do we do that? And what is the potential that is available as a state? The first thing is, let us speak about the industry that is having changes that is happening in the industry. Automotive industry, they don't want to be known as an automotive industry. They want to be known as a mobility platform company. You go to an elevator manufacturer, they don't want to be known as a elevator manufacturer. They want to be known as people movement as a service. You go to a medical equipment manufacturer, they want to be known as end-to-end healthcare solution provider. Engine manufacturer, they don't want to sell engines. Number of hours the engines are engaged to the aircraft, you charge only on that. So more and more, as a service model, the whole industry is transforming, right? Because this industry's transformation is happening, you need digital capability of IoT. You need to take data remotely from all these physical products. They need to manage these applications successfully so that we are able to deliver the services. Because customer centricity is one of the key things for us also as GCCs. Why? We are able to deliver global quality solutions, whether in terms of the product or in terms of the platforms or services. We should be able to consistently serve. So quality, consistency, and predictability. These three are very important ingredients for us to also grow. And that is what will give us a 3 times growth story, right? So one is on the industry side. Second important aspect for us, right? It's not between the state or between the city what grows. There is already a ready jumpstart that is now available with across all the states here, right? And good thing about the state here at this moment is that we are not only good at manufacturing, but the services component that is being spoken about. Then within the services, we are good at business process, we are good at engineering R&D, we are good at software product development. How do we bring together all these capability together for the enterprise is also another growth potential, because we are talking about 3 times growth. So this is the second aspect. Third important aspect is that we have not even fully taken the potential of what we can do it also. Like simple example, number of GCCs in the country is only 27 to 30% of the global Fortune 1000 organization. So still there is a good work around creating that inspiration around the various markets to come and invest in terms of whether in the form of the capability center or the R&D center or a product development center is still a larger opportunity that is available for us to go and capture this market space.
Thanks, Gangapriya, coming to you. There is often this confusion still after so many years of GCCs doing so well, that is it really BPO 2.0 or 3.0? So briefly, how would you differentiate?
No, I think we have crossed 2.0 many years ago. And in the last few years, it's really been a rapid transformation of what the GCCs are expected to deliver. And I think in the next few years, I think the expectations from the GCC are going to be much higher than what we have ever imagined. Yeah? And let me just start with an example. Most of the work that initially came to us was of the kind that, we were just churning out processes and sort of delivering to SLAs, and we had turnaround times and things like that. And then we sort of moved to a stage when, we had joint ownership for a lot of the work that was being done at the headquarters with the GCC, which meant that teams were split across the 2 locations, and they were working together to deliver on the most important objectives that the organization had. What we are increasingly seeing is ownership for new work that has never been done before in the enterprise, global enterprise, being led, managed, and run out of the GCCs. Yeah, and that's really what is called transformational for the GCCs. A lot of the regular, mundane BPO kind of stuff has been taken over by technology and doesn't exist in the form that it came to us in. It's either been knocked off completely or it has been transformed to be technology enabled. And what we are increasingly seeing, and that's where I think we have a great potential from both the state side as well as in terms of the value that we deliver to our parent organization, is when we take ownership, We are driving projects which are really cutting edge. We are driving product development from the center. We are using high-end analytics to enable the global enterprise to take the right kind of decisions. And all of that is currently happening in, I would say at least I'm very confident in many GCCs and particularly in Ford. There is a lot of work that is happening of that nature. The profile of talent, therefore, that we are hiring has undergone a drastic change. Yeah, we are looking for higher end capabilities, people who are sort of hooked into the core business in terms of understanding the domain and the functions very deeply, who have great intimacy with customer needs. All of that is changing the quality and type of talent that we are hiring in the center. So it's not necessarily just 2.0 or version change. I would say it's a transformational change that we are going through. With AI, I believe it's going to be a leapfrogging, and it will take us to a totally different space where it may no longer be important to say we are 10,000 strong or 12,000 strong. You know, we may be able to do much of this work with lesser number of people, but highly qualified, capable, with deep subject matter knowledge, with on par, if not better than the kind of talent that you may see in the parent organization. So truly transformational growth that we are seeing currently and we are expecting, and not just a version change.
Not just a version change. Shiva, everyone has referred to skilling and hiring. How do you think, in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu, you're able to hire much more than in other states? And against IT, the latest numbers that came, it showed that GCC hiring was more than IT industry hiring, the latest numbers that Kevin also mentioned. How does it work?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the things 5 years back, we would never have even dreamed this was possible, right? That the GCC is hiring more than, which is only about a third of the overall industry, right? That is adding more people. And some of it's, as Jayakumar explained, there's a lot of companies now looking at the potential of India, and there's almost a place where it's a fear of missing out, right? A lot of companies are saying, okay, if I don't have a presence in India, if I don't have a GCC there, am I going to actually be less competitive than my peers? So it's almost come to that point where the access to the skills, access to the capabilities that India provides, and the closeness of markets in the region and similar markets around the world, whether it be Latin America and other parts of the world, that they feel that having that presence in India and building those solutions in India is important, that can be scaled outside India, and we can actually take this innovation east to west instead of west to east, which was a traditional way of doing things. So that's explaining a lot of the influx of GCCs and the expansion of the existing GCCs and the job creation that is happening in the GCC. So it's certainly there. Now the other part of your question was Chennai and Tamil Nadu, and how we are able to get the talent. If you look at the distribution of GCCs, right, of course Chennai is not the biggest currently, right? Bangalore, Hyderabad is probably bigger than us in terms of the sheer number of GCCs and the jobs, but it is shifting in terms of the appetite for existing GCCs who might be in Chennai, Bangalore, to actually Bangalore, Hyderabad, to then say, we need to have a second presence, and Chennai is an ideal place for that. So there's a lot of that happening, where you have the second centers or the third centers opening in Chennai. A lot of the newer GCCs coming in are seeing the attractiveness of the various factors that they see here that is quite attractive. So for example, having a very safe environment, having great educational institutions for their children as well, right? Having friendly, of course, policies that are inclusive of women and all of that the minister talked about. They're looking at things like the stability of the workforce. How long do they stay? What are the attrition rates like? So if you look at that holistically, cost of living, availability of space, if you look at all of that, we are seeing that Chennai is quickly accelerating, from a lower base, but it's accelerating in terms of creating more jobs and more opportunities for GCCs. And also one of the things I want to mention is I think we should soon start looking at Chennai, Bangalore as almost a corridor, especially if we are able to fast track some of the high-speed road projects and so on. And that will be beneficial for both cities because we can easily attract more talent from a big hub like Bangalore into Chennai and have more interspersing of activity between the two states, and it can be a cluster which can be very powerful, right? So that is another thing that we would look at in the future. But in terms of one final, the thing that you talked about is how are we preparing the talent in terms of, in Tamil Nadu and Chennai? And this is going to become a differentiator. So today the states are in a race, right, in terms of better policies, attracting GCCs. I see even states that had never had even any presence in GCCs now actually starting to put out policies and so on to attract GCCs. Now, it's going to be a race between the different states and the different ecosystems. Rather than states, I would say different ecosystems, which include educational institutions, academic institutions, startups and government-run labs, and the companies, service companies, GCCs. They all are coming together and creating ecosystems. There's going to be a race of which ecosystem is actually better, right, to put my GCC in. So that's where I think it's shifting. And in that shift, I think we need to make sure that we don't just think about technical skills. Because technical skills are easily trainable, right? You can sort of upskill people, you can build those skills. I think rather than just technical, it's about technological. Rather than just science, it's about scientific. So it's about orienting our ecosystem towards that knowledge economy and the product economy that we talked about, which requires that in the college level, we impart critical thinking skills. We impart empathy skills on how do you see how the customer is going to use your products, right? We impart things like, how do I actually look at the way they actually use these products, the usability aspects, right? The day-to-day interaction with those products. We look at skills which are questioning the status quo, like, not really skills, but the way of thinking that's about questioning and challenging why things are made the way they are made today. That is what is going to set apart the future ecosystems of the current ones, which are just about doing jobs with certain skills, to about building products, building solutions, building outcomes, which customers love to use, right? Users love to use, patients love to use. That shift is where I think Tamil Nadu can really lead, because we have the coexistence of industry and services, right? Because if you look at automotive, we have automotive companies which understand that business, so we can understand the pain points. If you look at healthcare, we have the health capital of the world, right, in terms of medical tourism. So bringing that industry insight, empathy, and understanding of the customers, understanding of the issues into the GCC and the product ecosystem is what's going to differentiate Tamil Nadu. I think we should think more broadly than just imparting certain skills which are more technical into the institutions. Yeah.
Kevin, you are a specialist in artificial intelligence. So there is a lot of fear. What will artificial intelligence do? Will it take away the jobs? What is the apprehension in the GCC world related to AI? Is it a win-win or no?
Sure. I think if you go back 3 years, the way it started, it created a lot of ripples in every industry and the individuals as well as institutions, right? But today, if you talk about artificial intelligence specifically, it's no more a myth, no more innovative product, no more like an elusive grape that is unreachable. That becomes like a commodity that's in your hand. So people would have thought, okay, I need to invest X million of dollars to have my own LLM models, to create my own foundational models. Today, I don't need to do that. I just need $100 to subscribe to certain platforms. I can have my own customized LLM models and create within the organization my AI agents or AI ecosystems. So the way the technological evolution specifically happening in the artificial intelligence space is, that's getting more adaptable, more commoditized, more reachable to the hands of every individual today. I can tell you, very soon, maybe my father will start using, even today he's using ChatGPT. He doesn't know how to use a phone, right? Then we encouraged him to use a smartphone. He started using the smartphone. Today he's using ChatGPT and he's asking all the questions. So that's a level of reachability this particular technology has brought into the hands of people. Now, how GCCs will adapt AI? From my perspective, my personal perspective, right? I don't think that GCCs won't go and invest heavily, again, millions of dollars to put up their own data center ecosystems or put up their own foundational models. Instead, it's not about like there are 3 or 4 large models that are available. 2 years back, only 4 large models were available. Today, we have hundreds of models available which can go in a subscription mode. So GCCs will adapt in embarking those models into the ecosystem and try to customize it. And how this is going to support from a backend. That's where the data center and hyperscale data centers. If you know, US has the largest data center, primarily if they talk about the megawatts, they have like 600 megawatts. That's based out of Virginia. That's the largest data center. And India, maybe out of 6,000 odd data centers in the world, India may be having 200, 300 data centers a year back. Today in Chennai alone, we have 10 data centers. And a lot of AI data centers getting generated in the country. And very soon, we will have the largest data center maybe hosted in the country, which could be in the gigawatts. And there are some announcements that happened recently. So the backend infrastructure is also supporting. We have the subscription-based approaches there. The talent is available. The GCC ecosystem just need to leverage this ecosystem and start putting their own customized, licensed AI models.
Will AI take away jobs in GCC?
No. I just touch upon what Jay talked about, right? We only 27% are, of the GCCs of the Fortune 1000 we have gotten. I just go a little extra and talk about there are 20,000 companies have outsourced their services to different companies, right? That 20,000 is the ceiling. So today we are talking about 1,800 GCCs. We are not still reached even 10,000 or 15,000 GCCs. So next 5 years is going to be in a very interesting period for the country as well as the state. The state may witness to grow another 150 GCCs in the next 2 to 3 years. The country may double the GCC count in the next 2 to 3 years. So the ceiling is much, much higher. And what are we talking about from a jobs, from a tech jobs, right? 5.8 million, 58 lakh out of 140 crore people. That's like very minuscule, not even, you put a percentage is very less. So I don't think the AI is going to replace or take away the jobs. It's going to only accelerate because people start adapting the skills, algorithmic mindset, data analytics. These are the increasingly value-adding jobs that is getting generated in the country and that are like high value-adding or high-end jobs that is getting created. Companies are going to adapt more and more on this particular space, so the job market is going to lucrative on this particular technology skills. But one area that will get definitely impacted is the processing industry or the BPO industry where a lot of automation started coming in. So I used to run with X number of people. Now the AI can deliver this set of activities. Do I really need them? But that gives an amazing opportunity to uplift all these people to the next layer of the job. That's, again, is getting created in the country. So I wouldn't surprise that the numbers from 5.8 million would rise up to 10 million very soon in the country.
Jayakumar, policy. How important is policy in the world that we are talking about GCCs? Should there be less intervention from the government, or should there be more regulatory processes? Should there be more policy making? Very few states have really come out with policies. Tamil Nadu has, Karnataka has. Karnataka has a draft policy. What is your view on that?
No, absolutely, it's an important question, right? See, this is an ecosystem, and we are talking about, again, to the point of growth. It is 3 times growth we are talking, right? And this ecosystem players, the government plays a very significant role. Industry, academics, university, startups, and the big infrastructure that is required in terms of giving the easiness of the business. So the policies are going to be an important role in terms of making that triple growth what we are trying to talk about in the next 5 years, right? And when these policies are being created, right, it also need to serve as inspiration, because we have still not attracted the full Fortune 1000 to our state or the nation. So still there is a huge opportunity. And hence the policy is going to play a major role in terms of giving that inspiration. The second important point is that the nature of the work that we are going to deliver in GCC, and you specifically asked the question around the AI and how it is that, right? Currently, with various maturity levels of the individual GCCs, right? We do a lot of application and platform support. We bring in the domain knowledge. We do the process. We bring in the digital along with the traditional services. More and more what happens, the knowledge of the global enterprise is going to sit in the GCCs, because we'll be touching multiple processes, and the knowledge of these processes are going to be there within the GCC. Now, using that knowledge, how do we power both the enterprise? How do we power the nation? How do we power the talent ecosystem is where we will try to bring this particular process here. And that's the reason some of the policy framework, right? We need to have that fresh talent coming from the colleges. We also have the lateral talent. We need the domain knowledge. And we spoke about the data centers. Data center will soon become AI centers, because data is fundamental to do the AI. And all of it to come together, we need to have a strong policy. And with the latest thing which you see around the security, cyber capability, global security operations centers, these are all the multiple capabilities which we can bring it to the state to also power up the triple growth what we are trying to talk about. So policies which brings in all the ecosystem players together will not only power the GCC and the GCC's parent, but it will also create a very good economic vitality. It will create a very good social vitality, as well as with temperature of the planet increasing. Many of the GCCs are setting up COEs to bring the sustainability and the climate associated capability. And all of it is going to help in powering the growth story.
Gender parity. We hear a lot about it. Gangapriya, you are the right person to talk about it. What is your company doing to ensure that there is encouragement for women?
Yeah, so I think, as with most GCCs, focus on having a diverse workforce is a key priority. And for us, when we say diverse, it goes beyond gender as well. So, but gender is something that is an area that we work on also. I mean, as we do more innovation, as we do much more specialized work, we realize that to have much more of a diverse workforce is even more imperative. Yeah. And it brings different kinds of perspectives, and it just creates the vibrancy in the organization that leads to better thinking, better innovation, better ideas that then results in path-breaking work. So there's no question around the need for diversity at all. For us, a lot of it is looking at diversity at source. So when we hire, we look for large numbers of representation of population outside in the kind of talent pool that we are hiring from, to also be represented in the panels that are set up for hiring managers. So that is one major area. So at entry, we try to sort of make sure that this is something that we pay attention to. All of us have heard of the talent pipeline leaking in the case of women, and that's another area that we focus on. So making sure that we provide the right opportunities, we have the right sponsors for our women employees, we give them the right kind of training, we ensure that there are sufficient women who are also considered when there are promotions. Also, if everything is equal, then we do consider candidate who may be underrepresented, and it could be across gender or other factors, to sort of feature as the selected candidate. So we do a number of things to ensure that there is continuity in terms of the rich representation of the various categories that we're focusing on, particularly gender. And lastly, I would say that, making sure that we have sufficient and visible diversity in leadership. That's again very important. And again, there we are quite deliberate about hiring from outside, giving people opportunities to grow within, and ensuring that we have an inclusive environment where, people will be able to feel psychologically safe, they will be able to sort of be their authentic selves and bring a different style of leadership or management, which can just add to the richness of the conversations that we have when we are working together. So multiple things.
Shiva, any example from AstraZeneca on inclusivity that Gangapriya spoke about, or gender parity? Anything that you are doing that is special?
Yeah. So as Ganga said, for us as well, it is a very, very important topic. Diversity in all its strands, right? Whether it be gender, whether it be language, whether it be age, whether it be socioeconomic background, and the reason why that is so important is because we want our people to be representative of the patients that we serve. We serve patients across the world, and the empathy that our employees need to have for what our patients are going through is really fully there when we are as diverse. That's one of the reasons. Of course, then there are several other reasons, like how do you create a better environment where different kinds of ideas thrive, right? So we have also a number of programs. So at global level, our gender, even at senior levels, right, which is like associate director and above kind of levels, we are a 50-50 company in terms of gender, right, at a global level. And in India, we are on the way, so we are striving for that. Of course, it is more difficult, but we are striving for that. So first thing I would say is a bold ambition. So we want to be just as good, as good in this way as any part of the world. But also more recently, we have also recognized the power of other strands of diversity. So for example, we have a very active employee resource group around young talent. That's talent that's just entering the workforce. So if you look at this, very soon we'll have Generation Alpha, who was born after 2010, right? And they have never known a world where internet wasn't there, mobile phones weren't there, right? And they've always used the power of that technology to augment their work, augment what they do. So they're going to come in with those expectations into the workforce. And if we don't give them those kind of tools, they're not going to be happy or productive. And we are not going to be able to capture, the value that they can bring into the workforce. So we need to look at every one of these things. The other thing we have just started is an employee resource group on LGBTQIA+, and how do we make sure that there is a safe environment, very open environment. And a lot of this is around, one of the things I would mention is around the attitudes and mental makeup of everybody in the company who is there already, in terms of the understanding why we support the diversity efforts. And it's really the full buy-in and commitment that everyone needs to have around this whole thing. And that takes a lot of not just, I would say, education, but it's around the peer-to-peer sort of communication environment as to why this is important. Why are we doing this, right? So we spend a lot of our time and effort in sort of engaging everyone into the dialogue of why diversity is important, why equity is important, so that we can really create a platform where people can compete equally, right? That is what it's all about. At the end of the day, it's always the best person for the job that gets selected, but you can create platforms that allow people to compete in a fair way for that role. And that requires, of course, like the interview panels, making sure you have a rich bench of candidates, making sure that you help people through those phases of life where they need support. So these are all very important to us at AstraZeneca. And the other areas we are looking at is neurodiversity, which is again an ERG. We are trying to look at employee resource group and people with disabilities. So these are all different strands of diversity that are equally important. There is some statistic that says that almost 10% of the people in the world are neurodiverse. Everyone is neurodiverse, but 10% are significantly so. And so if you're looking at that kind of makeup of the population of patients that we will have, then we need to also be having a similar, somebody on this side who will speak up for that, right? About why you need to incorporate that into the software that you build, or the way you execute your process, or the way you build your AI models, and what level of bias or ethical considerations need to be in there so that the needs of this diverse community are actually recognized. And tomorrow we will have another strand of diversity, which is agentic workers, which are going to work side by side with the human workers. It's going to happen, right? We are already talking about companies that are, talking about giving you agents for X dollars a month, trained agents that can perform processes. So this is all going to come, and so we need to have that agility and openness to actually appreciate what the different parts of the workforce can bring, and how to best combine that to the greater good for our patients, our planet, and our society, right?
Kevin, I'll change the question a bit for you. Flexibility at workplace, work from home, work from office, have these been issues that you have observed, and how is the GCC industry coping with it? How important is flexibility?
I think work-life balance is important, but work near home, work from home, it's an option that companies can adapt, right? Specifically in my company, during the COVID times and after COVID times, we used to have the work from home. And lately we understand there is a need for the work-life balance. So we have adjusted our policies in terms of the leave policy and other aspect, more flexible to accommodate it. And instead of giving a hybrid opportunity, we gave a lump sum amount of numbers saying that in this 1 year, you can take this number of work from home. So it's optional how they want to use it. So yeah, COVID has led us this has become like a basic need. I need to have the work from home, and this option this is not an option. This could be a mandated one in terms of the employee engagement aspects. But largely what I see is industry is moving towards in-office. Even people had work from home of all 5 days, they kind of migrated to a hybrid model, 2 days and 3 days. Then slowly they are moving into in-office. I think the co-location is a very important aspect, because the way the GCC and the tech ecosystem work is in the agile mode, right? We have a lot of safe and a lot of processes. So people will have everyday stand-up meeting. They need to co-locate, they need to work together, they need to discuss together. And this dislocation leads to a lot of productivity issues, as well as, the outcome and the engagement, the togetherness, the bonding that get lost. So I see that industry is now going towards the in-office mode of approach.
Jaykumar, I'll ask you about labor problems. Have you seen any labor issues in the GCC industry, and what should be the solution?
Okay. So far there is no prominent labor issues specifically from the GCC context which I have seen. But I would say that 2-3 important aspects here, right? See, the GCCs, if you see the evolution where we landed up as GCC, is that initially this was called as captives, right? So we didn't like the word captive itself, because it was not meaning anything, because the nature of the work, what we did was something different. We do a lot of global work, we do a lot of R&D work, but it was not truly reflecting it, right? So then it became GIC, Global In-House Centers. So that the angle of global is taken, but still the word in-house center means what? It is still not truly reflecting the work what we are trying to do, right? Then the third evolution of the word which we are now using is that we are setting up capability, we are enhancing the capability, skill, talent, everything we do. So then it became global capability. So if you see this entire evolution, the nature of the work and the value what the GCs are bringing in is changing, right? And we as India, and we as a nation and as a states across the board, we are very good in learning fast and delivering fast. And that is what is keeping that edge for more and more global capabilities are coming to us, right? So so what are the various thought process? In a GCC, the purpose of the center is very important. What are we trying to deliver from this center? Are we want to be known as an R&D center, or do we known as a niche product or platform player, or we need to talk about highly efficient center? So there are different purposes in which center and the tone of the leadership of the center sets the agenda for the people who are working, right? And that is one way to say that, to attract the talent, to bring that skilling angle to it, and create that inspiration associated with the center. This is one of the things to it. Second aspect about not a solution, but the way the centers or well-matured centers are trying to do is that this hybrid working model. We have to acknowledge that we are totally in a new era. There is a pre-COVID era. We never used the word about work from office, work from home, remote, hybrid and all. All new terminology got coined during the thing. So we have to accept the reality that we are in an era where hybrid is well acknowledged and is acceptable. Because of the nature of the work we do across all the different spectrum of services what we do. So that is the second part. Third important point is that if we are really talking about the growth, we have a fresh set of young talent available for us. And unless we give enough challenging work, give enough work around, like how do you bring in the AI capability, or can you create an agentic AI in the existing process, everything, that keeps the motion of the center also more alive. And constantly, the growth will come only by driving more innovation that we can do from the center. If we try to keep around all these ingredients of the center and the branding and the retention of the talent through various forms, then associated labor issues and other issues will not crop up.
I think we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Anybody has a question? Yes, can you take a mic, please?
A question to George, sir. Tomorrow we are expecting that AI and robot is going to rule the world. That is what we call as a dark manufacturing. The other side of the coin is our human resource business partners. How are you going to bridge men and machines, sir?
Thank you, Professor. Good question. I'll answer it with an analogy. Assume the AI is the horse. Horse is running beside you, and you're also going to run beside the horse. Can you beat the horse? Right? Maybe. Sometimes it may be possible, but nearly impossible, right? Beating the horse. But you can ride the horse. It's all about how you master your skills to ride the horse. How you master your skills to ride the AI wave. This is one wave. I'm telling 10 years down the line, or maybe 5 years down the line, we will be talking something different. The quantum will change the entire world. So this technological evolution we are seeing from the 80s, from the file management systems to the computerization, then we have the software development, application management, now we talk about those agentic and AI. It will change. So humans always consistently adapted this process of change. So as long as you can adapt and align and start writing and mastering this, I don't see a challenge in this particular field of work that is happening.
So just to add, right, it's not man versus machine, it will be man and machine. So human-machine collaboration will be at the top at the moment, which will power up the growth. And that's the reason, again, I'm coming to the point, 1 trillion, 3 times growth means it cannot be man versus machine, it has to be man and the machine, right? And let me give you a simple example, right? You go to any automotive plant, you do the painting of the automotive. Earlier, there used to be a visual inspection of the car, whether there is any painting is done properly, or if there is any defect or anything, right? Only the human knows through his reasoning power whether it's a good quality painting or a bad quality painting. So machine does not know. If you are making cars in terms of numbers and thousands, it's okay, right? Still, you will have a person who's doing that work. But he can do much more quality work because he knows, right? So over a period of time, what happened? This visual inspection process is converted by putting up high resolution camera, and inside the paint shop, it is also, you need to wear a lot of a different dress to go and do the visual inspection to say good quality. With high resolution camera, the machine, it has learned from human, right? And human to the power of machine is actually helping you to powering more and more production comes. This is one part where human and machine do, right? The understanding, reasoning, and learning ability is only with humans. So hence, machine can learn all the three capabilities: understanding, reasoning, and learning to do. And it can help us to scale big. But still the fundamental skill is there with the human associated with that, right? The second part is that when machines become intelligent, machine can also teach other machines. And that's what we are now trying to see through to it, right? So human to the power of machine, and again machine to the power of machine, will actually unleash the potential of what the human can do. And with the current growth scenario, what we are expecting, and certainly the human-machine collaboration is going to play a much more a larger role.
So man and mission, the lady there, the last question.
I am Saraswati, Secretary General, Madras Chamber. And with technology and data being the fulcrum of GCC on the one side, and the cyber threats and the data protection are talked on the other side, what sort of challenges you see and what would you think would be the safety or precautionary things to be taken?
Who wants to take the question?
Any of you?
I can just start it off. Maybe you can enjoy. So absolutely, I think that is a big thing that keeps GCC leaders awake and leaders globally awake as well as the whole aspect of the cyber threats, right? So with the emergence of AI, you know, the people who are propagating the threats are getting smarter and smarter because they are using AI, right? And we need to, the defenders also need to embrace that even to a higher extent so that we can actually, you know, scale up to the same level as the kind of threats that are coming on the cyber side. So this will create a lot of new jobs. So we're talking about, hey, some of these jobs are going to go away, right? So when you talk about software as service and BPO, now we're talking about service as software. So a lot of the services are going to be delivered by software agents. You don't need somebody to pay your invoices and bills and all that. Or reconcile goods receipts. That's going to be done by software acting as a service. But there's going to have to be a whole new generation of jobs that are going to be created in the new world, if you look 5 years ahead or 7 years ahead. And that is where I think the whole cyber aspect is going to create an entire, cyber and AI ethics is going to create a whole set of newer capabilities and roles and jobs, and that doesn't just require technical skills, it requires a broad spectrum of skills, right?
Last words from Gangapriya.
Yeah, I think, you know, we also need to sort of make sure that our regular workforce is alert to all the kinds of threats that are around. Yeah, so increasingly, I'm finding that we are investing a lot in educating our employees so that they don't become channels through which cyber attacks happen. Yeah, and we also need to sort of increasingly start educating our employees about, you know, when they use AI, it's very easy to sort of go by what the answer the AI is sort of spewing back, but many times you have to use your own knowledge, your own understanding, your own reasoning to check facts before we do this. And it's increasingly looking to be more and more real. Yeah, and therefore we need to be discerning also in terms of accepting what AI gives us as solutions. Yes, so all of this are things, and like Shiva rightly said, we keep talking about, you know, the loss of jobs. It's going to create a new set of jobs and opportunities to sort of ward away organizations from the negative aspects of some of these new technologies that are coming in, or to prepare ourselves to embrace and adopt these new technologies.
Thank you. The screen before us is telling us time is up. So thank you very much, all of you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
May I request the panelists to stay back for the mementos? Thank you, Ms. Ganga Priya Chakravarti, Mr. Siva Padmanabhan, Mr. Kevin George, and Mr. Jaykumar Subramanyam. It was really a great discussion on the future of GCCs. The key takeaways are probably we are at the tip of the iceberg as far as the GCCs are concerned in India. And the growth opportunities in this segment is really large. Now, for the next panel, may I invite on stage Mr. R. Srinivasan, full-time member, Planning Commission. Mr. Gopalakrishnan, CS, Chief Manufacturing Officer, Hyundai Motor India. Mr. Brajesh Kumar Singh, Executive Director, Indian Bank. Mr. Mahesh Babu, CEO, Switch Mobility and EV arm of Ashok Leyland. And Mr. Anil Jain, Managing Director, Reflex Group. And to moderate the discussion, may I invite Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, Editorial Director, Business Standard. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everybody. We had a wonderful discussion on global capability centers, and now we have a stellar panel to discuss redefining manufacturing, the power of policy. And I don't think in this kind of a panel will be available anywhere else to address the critical questions that arise from the need for redefining manufacturing. In a sense that the world is changing, we just now heard the minister talking about going in for the product nation concept, redefining manufacturing, going in for a knowledge economy, and at the same time, not forsaking the role and importance of maybe the global capability centers, technology-led developments in both manufacturing as well as the services sectors of the economy. So what I would do in the next less than an hour or so is we'll try to dip into this subject through this expert panel and their views on what is the way ahead on manufacturing. So there's nobody else better in this panel than Professor Srinivasan, who can guide us and let us know what is the current state of manufacturing in Tamil Nadu in particular, and how does he view the state of manufacturing going forward. If you can give us a brief, layout of this basic question, Professor Srinivasan.
Good morning. The manufacturing sector as a whole, it started, if I take a baseline of 2011-12, with about 20 to 21% of the GSDP of Tamil Nadu. In 23-24, the manufacturing sector contribution is about 24%. For India as a whole, it was stable at 17% from 2011 to 23-24. So obviously, the manufacturing sector in terms of growth rate was far higher than the general economy's growth rate, whether it is India or of the state. So we can be very proud about all this. When it comes to actual distribution of income that comes from this value addition of about 24% of the GSDP is what worrying us more. We have somewhere around 4.7 crore population in the age group of 15 to 59, of which only 27 lakh is, around 30 lakh is employed in the organized sector within manufacturing. So about 6 to 7% of the working population, creating about 24% of our value addition. So this creates a huge inequality in the system. But we are not happy about even this. There are many more problems that we'll have to address. But as of now, maybe on a relative scale, we may be very proud of having a very large manufacturing sector. This has been the case all through the country, because when we were students in 1980s, we were told there are roster stages of growth, which means an economy would grow from an agrarian to industry and then to services. So value addition will also improve in these three sectors, so too the distribution of workforce in these sectors. But by late 80s, we started realizing in India that there is a shift of labor from agriculture to services. In those days, it was mainly restaurant and trade, and largely in public administration. So that is how, because those were the days when we had a very large public sector. But today, we have a relatively smaller public sector, but services sector is once again much more commercial than what the configuration we had in 1980s. So services also contribute to the value addition very productively. Today, our consumption of services in product itself is very high. So which means that we are not averse to comparing the old systems of roster stages of growth, that services are also as important as manufacturing of tangible products, because every tangible product has got a very intangible services built into it, and that is what we all consume. So this is where the quality of labor force that we create, which would create ideas on one side and also contribute to production on the other side in terms of skilled labor. I have my own reservations about how well we have done about this, but once again, on a relative scale, we may be doing it better, because our IT exports are one of the highest in the country. So we may be proud of that. And the earlier panel talked about how GCC is increasing in the state, and it is competing on equal grounds with Hyderabad and Bangalore. So many of these things are making us very proud, but we have got a very long way to go, because the underlying numbers are so different. As I said earlier, that about 24% of our GDP being contributed by 3 to 4% of our labor. This is a worrying point we'll have to think about.
Well, that's a very important point that you raised. I cannot resist my temptation to ask you a supplementary. Tamil Nadu, as you would know, and this audience would know, that probably among the very few states where the urban agglomeration is larger than the rural agglomeration. Tamil Nadu is also one of those states where the woman labor force participation is one of the highest, and probably the highest, I think. You have a gender mix, which is one of the best. Now, given these factors, are these contributing to Tamil Nadu's being seen as a manufacturing powerhouse, or will they go against Tamil Nadu going forward as being and retaining the #1 state as the manufacturing powerhouse?
Tamil Nadu has been a manufacturing powerhouse not in the modern times. Because we had perennial rivers from the north to the south, from Palar to Tamarbarni. If you point any town or a city today in Tamil Nadu, it is also a place of a temple. and temples were created around trading centers. So we had a huge non-farm sector for centuries because of our surplus from the agriculture, because we had very fertile land and perennial rivers, which they don't exist anymore, but still. So this is how the non-farm activity spread throughout the state even by about 1,000 years back. And my teacher used to tell me when we did a small work of distribution of villages, we found by 2011 census, on an average, a village in Tamil Nadu is hardly 10 kilometers from a town. So almost every village is as much as a town in terms of the non-farm employment within that village itself. So village is no more dependent on farm. So this is how, our employment structure itself is changed. That is why we have a very low contribution relatively in terms of primary sector. And within primary sector, astonishingly, the non-agriculture, that is about forestry and animal husbandry, contributes more than agriculture per se within primary sector. So I think Tamil Nadu had a very long history of a non-farm sector that has been developing for about 1,000 years.
Thank you, Professor Srinivasan, for giving such a wonderful, imparting this understanding of how Tamil Nadu's manufacturing sectors grew over the years. Now, which takes me to a different issue altogether, and I want to sort of, jump a few places and come next to Mr. Babu. Sorry?
Anil Jain.
Oh, sorry. I will come to Mr. Babu, yeah. And who is the CEO of the EV arm of Ashok Leyland, the Switch Mobility. Now, can you tell us, for this audience, what are the specific challenges that a manufacturing unit like yours faces in being in Tamil Nadu, both the pluses and the minuses?
Okay, very interesting. So first I want to tell you we are part of the Hinduja group, which is Ashok Leyland, and Ashok Leyland factory is the oldest. From 1948 we have been running a factory in Tamil Nadu and expanding to multiple, thanks to the Tamil Nadu government for supporting the industry being there. See, look at auto industry, what's happening. Auto industry is moving towards a transition globally, not only in India but globally. More towards sustainable, more towards new technology, more towards connected and kind of integration of mechanical and embedded system and software engineers than mechanical engineers, which used to be the other way some 10, 20 years back. The effort to bring in an automobile used to be 70% efforts on mechanical and 30% software 10 years back. Today it is reverse. You need the 70% efforts on software and embedded system and only 30% on developing mechanical systems. So there is a transition of what's happening in the mobility, and the EVs play a very important role in this transition. Because EVs are more efficient, it brings in new technology. I also want to tell you, as auto industry, India have been lagging in technology when compared to West, typically about 5 to 10 years. Technology.
Yeah, but what are the challenges that you face being in Tamil Nadu? Yeah.
So the good thing in Tamil Nadu is we have software as well as good engineers available today. Now the challenges what we will face, I anticipate going forward, is one is we'll have to look at the labor codes and see how do we bring in, how do we integrate the software engineers into mechanical engineers' way of working and bring them work together is one of the things which we look at. Second one is, I don't see as a challenge but see as an opportunity, because we have been talking about manufacturing alone. There is something called manufacturing engineering, which is building machines to do manufacturing. Today, if you look at it, most of the manufacturing equipments are earlier imported from Europe or somewhere. Now you are almost importing everything from China. So there is an opportunity to build manufacturing, engineering equipments into the sector, which has a huge opportunity, not only for making equipments for India, but it is a sector I believe that the China Plus One strategy will bring in and help to build manufacturing, engineering equipments into the countries, and one opportunity I see which Tamil Nadu can tap that potential. The other challenge will be the integration of the skill from various generations. We talked about alphas, Gen Zs, Gen Y, and baby boomers like us. How do we make the work culture together and keep up their aspirations? Tamil Nadu is very cultural city, but the Gen Zs and alphas look at a different lifestyle of living. How do we attract them to cities, what we talked about, and retain them and engage them with their aspiration is one of the challenges you will face. Not only in Tamil Nadu, I believe it is going to be in multiple industrial cities as well. And particularly in Tamil Nadu, where the industrial hub is towards Hosur, Krishnagiri kind of a thing. How do we bring the Gen Zs and the alphas to come and live there, build a career there and work towards there? So the government is going to get a pretty challenge to build that socio-economic society around the industrial sector is one of the challenges we can look at. But I would say that since Tamil Nadu is ahead in industrial, it is a point which the state have already experimented many things and can be a benchmark to other states as well. Because the clusters which are getting formed, like the auto clusters which is coming in, EV clusters which is coming in the state, are all is a knowledge hub where each one can learn from other, distribute talent, co-create, co-develop, and also focus on R&D. We have been talking about developing IPRs in the state, particularly in automobile. I think we need to push it more because design, develop and manufacture and serve the world is the theme which we need to look at rather than just manufacturing for the country, manufacturing for the state. I think there is a huge opportunity. For example, we will be the one producing the first 100 electric buses made in the country to be given to Mauritius, which incidentally Prime Minister is in Mauritius, but Switch Mobility and the Intuja Group are the one which will supply made in Chennai and then delivered to Mauritius electric buses from here. So we'll have to look at multiple opportunities. There are opportunities in Middle East, there are opportunities in Europe. How can we take the global opportunities and bring in value chain creation in the state and in the country is the one which we will have to look at.
So there are many pluses, but also you see challenges in integration workforces. You talked about the labor code. Can you tell us a little more about the labor code?
See, as I said, auto industry is seen differently and software industry is seen differently. But EV is a software and auto put together.
Absolutely.
Okay, the labor codes cannot be different. You can't allow women to work on the late in the evening because she has to code and write something for debottlenecking what's there in the automobile to save it. So this needs to be looked at. It's because the society is evolving. You can't have one code for software, one code for industry. We'll have to look at the integration of them because no more an industry is isolated with respect to others. Everything is now very well integrated. Software, embedded system, auto industry, in fact, telematics and connectivity and GCCs, all of them are integrated. Without GCC, we can't produce anything more. And without software, the vehicle will not roll out of the end of the line. So we need to have a little bit of what I would say next generation thinking in terms of labor code, particularly when we talk about women, integrating them into the workforce. We have a lot of women in the assembly line. Today, almost 20% plus of them, They are assembling the big commercial vehicles today, electric buses, electric light commercial vehicles. They do a lot of softwares and they do branding and things like that. So we'll have to look at something, flexibility for them to do in case if we go to shifts and deliver them and things like that. So I'm sure it's in the pipeline.
Sure. I think that's why you are saying the power of policy will work and make a difference. We'll come to Professor Srinivasan a little later in the second round with this question and how he sees it. But let me go to Mr. Gopala Srinivasan. He looks at the Hyundai. He's the head of the Hyundai operations here. If I may, and Hyundai is also known for the kind of skilling programs that you have undertaken in your outfit here. And skilling is obviously both also a kind of a challenge. How do you go about it? So how do you think your experience tells you in addressing the skilling challenge in the manufacturing sector, seen through your own operations?
Thank you so much. We have been successful in Tamil Nadu this last 27 years, more than 2 decades. See, as a company which is making 11 products, multi-variants in a single line, we do have challenges so that we produce the masterpiece at our assembly line. So with a strong support of IT interface, and we have deployed advanced manufacturing solutions like deep learning, machine learning, these we have deployed in maintenance, supply chain, quality functions, so that we can constantly improve efficiencies and reduce the errors. So when I'm talking about the advanced manufacturing solutions, obviously we need to upskill our employees. How can I make them future ready? So we have got a very structured upskilling program as modules at all levels, right from the top level leadership, the middle level managers, and the associate level. Our HMC, we have got a plant at HMG Singapore, that is Hyundai Motor Group Innovation Center at Singapore. They have been supporting us, and we have got a special arm which is called HMC's eForest. That eForest team is fully supporting us in terms of providing the modules, and we are also partnering with some of the premier institutes like IITs, Great Lakes, to digitally upskill our employees. So we were able to manage those challenges. And of course, for any specific modules, for example, in maintenance, we do partner with the service providers, the technological support, providers, for specific areas, for example, robots or drives or some FANUC systems. So we have a tailor-made system, and with this approach, we are able to support our global plants as well. Whenever there is some challenge in the other global plants, we depute our employees and we take an advantage of supporting them also. So we are able to manage all those challenges. Yeah.
So you are you saying that you actually use your workforce trained here for addressing solutions, concerns in other factories of Hyundai or globally?
Other global plants also, yeah.
And back home in Korea?
No, in India also, and other global plants like Mexico and other like Alabama and all that, yeah.
And the training takes place at in your factory?
Exactly.
So,
and we are also partnering with some of the premier institutes like IITs and Great Lakes. For example, we have trained our engineers in data analytics.
Okay.
And for FANUC systems, we are partnering with some of these systems like this Rockwell automation. So they train our employees. So accordingly, we do our trainings.
But hiring these employees is not a challenge right now. Or do you have to sort of go in for, a lot of people say that in India, you got many graduates, engineers, but they're not really always employed.
No, our hiring process is very, very structured one. After hiring, we got a dedicated structured module to train our employees up to our level.
Okay. Now let me turn to Mr. Jain. He represents a diversified group into various activities. There is this issue about demographic challenge, how the manufacturing sector will have to address that. On the one hand, a lot of people are going out, and as you saw just now, the Global Capability Centers is taking away people for those centers. People may not like to work on a shop floor. Aspirations are improving. In such a situation where you may not always get the employees from the own state in Tamil Nadu, you have to go outside. So what are those demographic challenges like the industry minister in the morning talked about going to Foxconn's factory where there was a dormitory being made. Now, can you give us a sense of what kind of demographic challenges does the manufacturing sector in Tamil Nadu faces and how to go about it?
I think a little data on Tamil Nadu. We have about 45,000 factories in Tamil Nadu, which is the largest in the country. 1/3 of textiles are made here. 40% of electric vehicles, 68% of electric two-wheelers. We are almost 27 lakh crore economy, contributing to about 9.2% GDP. So I think in all this, there are challenges. What I personally feel is the state will have to look at the state as a corporation and has to look at their P&L every morning. And where is this P&L being generated from? I personally, like we have a plant in Chennai where almost about 30% of the labor come from different parts of the country. I mean, I have never felt that as a demographic challenge. I mean, it's one Indian coming from one part of the country and working here, and somebody from Tamil Nadu is going to Mumbai or Delhi or somewhere else and working. We have not faced that as a challenge, I would say, per se. Different skill sets are being generated in the state. We have, over the years, generated very advanced skill sets as far as their capabilities are concerned. We have created the best finance skill sets from Tamil Nadu. They need not go to the shop floor, but we can get other skill sets from other states who are very well trained, like people from Bihar and UP are very well trained on shop floor, so we can always get people from there and work. We have never faced it as a challenge, and I also think that we should not compel people from Tamil Nadu to go work in shop floor if they are skilled or if they are very well trained, or if they're over the ages they've been skilled for finance or engineering or technology. I think they should only focus on those areas where their strengths lie in. And we can always fill in the gaps in manufacturing from any part of the country as far as they are from within the country. I personally feel that the whole mindset has to shift 360 degrees in the country. I'm not specifically talking about Tamil Nadu as a state. I don't want to be a critic here, but if we are not going to, we don't have to compete with Maharashtra or Gujarat. We have to now start thinking as to how do I compete with United States or China. I think that's when we can really think about bringing in the best product-driven capabilities in the state, or shift from the current revenue generating to a possible potential future revenue generating. It's quite sad that India has not created a single patent in pharmaceutical. I think the only patent which was created for pharmaceutical was from Tamil Nadu by Orchid Pharma before it went to NCLT. They researched and now it got patented. So, and that company had about 1,000 IPs with them. So there is a lot of skill available specific to the state. I think we should only focus on those skills and develop that and see how we use those skills to create corporations and move from services to products.
So what is really missing? You know, you said you have the skills and you have the people. So where is manufacturing lacking then? I mean, why is it that you said there are no patents, there are only few patents? So what is really pulling manufacturing back, and why is the demand? What is the missing link here?
Over the years, we got into a comfort zone. As soon as we realized that software is generating very good revenues, services are generating good revenues, I think we quickly shifted, like Ashok Leyland, they set up a plant in 1948, which is itself a benchmark. The thought process then was that state had the capabilities. Somewhere we keep shifting our priorities to a short-term outcome. I mean, maybe the time needed that, at that period we had to shift. But today we have to think of long term, like Honorable Minister said, that an R&D is not a 1 year, 6 months, 2 year process, it's a 10 to 15 year process. If I need to ensure that 2040 or 2050, Tamil Nadu has to be the largest manufacturing hub in the world, we have to think today and plan to sow the seeds today. I have to create capabilities for R&D which can lead to a product over the next 10 years. I mean, I was talking to...
So what is a policy fix that you think will help? Any policy change?
I think the long-term thought process, like it's the first time somebody in Tamil Nadu minister is talking about having a R&D capability where he's okay to see the result after 10 years. He's not saying that within 2 years what are you going to show.
And he's willing to risk failure.
He's willing to risk failure. When I've been interacting, when he mentioned that somebody is talking about life science tech park, we were the one who were talking, he's willing to take the risk. He's saying it's okay, government is willing to give 50 acres of land for R&D, bring the best of things. If it fails, don't worry, give the land back to us after 10 years.
Okay, wonderful. I think risk is the word with which we'll go to a representative from the bank. Mr. Brajesh Kumar, you represent a bank. Can you tell us that what could be the role of the financial sector in larger sense in this entire reimagining or redefining or any policy support that you think the financial sector can provide to the manufacturing sector? Your perspective?
Good afternoon. We cater to finances, and out of all those 5-6 factor of productions, finance is, I think, after enterprise is the most important factor, and I mean, it helps us to go for all those, bring it at one place, all those factor of productions also. So finance is very much required, and I mean, for that matter, I see, I mean, absolutely there is no problem as long as finance is concerned to the state, or for that matter to the country, considering all the banking industry per se is in a very sweet spot as of now. Our credit costs are absolutely low, NPAs are under control, asset quality is good. All the banks, may it be public sector banks, may it be private sector banks, they're very well capitalized also. So we are all there and very much poised to support the industry. Rather, we are looking for good industry. And just to put forth my words, whenever a bank in a particular place, state or district, wherever it is adjust, so we, especially policymakers and state government officials, they ask for CD ratios. What is your deposit to credit ratios? How much you have taken as deposit from the state and how much you have invested there for the prosperity or for that economic cogwheel to this thing roll. So I'm sure about this, the banking as a whole in the state also, and particularly for my bank, Indian Bank, we have got more than 100% CD ratio here. So whatever we have this thing taken as deposit, we have, provided. We have
this is for your Tamil Nadu circle?
Tamil Nadu state I'm speaking about, since we are discussing Tamil Nadu only. Sure. So for that it is 70 to 80% across the country, considering CRR and SLR, you can't lend those monies. So it is more than 100% here. So that only depicts that there is a very good environment in the state. Policy per se is okay, good, which is helping even bankers to feel confident to lend here. Factor of productions are there, enterprise is there. And that's why this state, amongst all the, barring Maharashtra, I think, that is the financial capital of India. So next to Maharashtra, I think, Tamil Nadu is the state where we feel very confident to lend. That's why our CD ratio is more than 100%.
Okay. I think you really, hit the nail on its head. You were saying that you're not facing any either credit raising issue nor any problem vis-a-vis deposit issue. Now, am I right?
No, what I said, actually, whatever we are raising, resources we are raising from the state, we are lending more than that to the states.
That's fine.
There are challenges in nowadays.
Absolutely. Now, but if you look at the whole of in the country, you have a problem where industry is not really investing, and there is demand for more investment from the private sector. So what is your experience telling you, sitting in Tamil Nadu, vis-a-vis Tamil Nadu industries' urge and demand for more investment, particularly in the manufacturing sector?
Yes, whenever, we have an aspiration to go 5 trillion, you see.
Sure.
And then again, there is this thought process of Make in India also. There is a thought process of import substitution also. Then you need, you need more investments on whatever we were discussing in this panel and before this panel also. All those investments should come in technology, in this thing, education, everything it should be there. So you need investments. You need investment. If you have to compete globally, then you have to come up with sophisticated products. Like these two automotive giants are sitting here. So every time they are this thing progressing. I have one experience with Ashoka Leland. You were selling in South Africa also. I was posted there also. So there you have to this thing compete with Benz and then other this thing global giants. So you have to come up to that standard. Then only you'll be able to sell there. So we need investment, and there is absolutely no problem of this thing finance to the industry. I would say, considering not only banks now they have other source of this thing, investment coming into, may it be PE, may it be this thing directly, mutual funds are coming. Nowadays, in deposit also we are finding little difficult to raise resources, considering the very preference of people are shifting from saving to investing, to investments.
Okay.
So absolutely.
So financing is not an issue.
Not an issue.
Manufacturing,
yes.
investment.
They will vouch for me also.
Now,
we are queuing up to their doorstep to lend.
Fantastic. Let me turn to Professor Srinivasan. There have been some talk about whether it is a question of the labor code or whether it is a question of integration issue or some reference to the R&D, where policies have to play a role. Now, what do you think should be done in terms of policies from the government side to take manufacturing in Tamil Nadu to a new plane, to a new level? If you have any suggestions, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, that is my first question. And let me also give you my second question, which you may address at the same time, which is that a lot of people say that, what they say in North India, a jugalbandi, where if the center and the state are collaborating, then probably industrial investment or manufacturing sector investment, that task gets expedited. Now, what's your perspective on that issue as well? I would like you to respond to.
Yeah. So the first thing is about policy as such. We started in 2021 with the general policy of industrial policy for Tamil Nadu 2021. And since then, we have given about more than 12 policy statements, touching upon almost all the manufacturing sectors in the state, be it in EV or textile, or even soft sectors like tourism, and latest on semiconductors and electronics. So on everything we have a policy which is generically, if you find, we have also made statements about capital subsidy, turnover subsidy, and land bank which is provided, and there is subsidy on stamp duty and transaction. But all these things are also variable in terms of the location, because as Minister said in the morning, taking industry to almost every district in the state. So the districts where the existing industry is very low in terms of presence, then the incentives will increase by that amount. So including even unskilling and also unemployment. So many of these subsidies have already been announced and incentive systems are in place. And there are very nuanced incentives for each of these sectors. For example, on R&D, we also provide incentives for the number of patents being filed. So in terms of policy, already the expected number of policy statements have been made by the state. And whatever has been promised in the policy statements have also been honored. So in a policy environment, we are on a plane that the industry can be rest assured about, they are the most welcome guests in the state today. When it comes to the union and state relations relating to industry, or for that sake generally, if you see, once the clutches of planning process got relieved in 1990s with the reforms, Tamil Nadu's growth propelled since then. Actually, Tamil Nadu was less than the all India average in terms of per capita income still about 1970s. And it started picking up in 1980s, and since 1990, it has always been about 110% of the state country's average in terms of per capita income. So we have been growing little faster than what the rest of the country would do. And this is basically because of the liberalized environment since the reforms of 1991. When Prime Minister leads the investors meet in Gujarat or UP, it gives a signal to the investors where the money should go. And it also gives a signal when he is absent in an investors meet in Tamil Nadu. So everyone can read this very plainly. And to tell you, when PLI or Make in India incentive systems have come about, as I said in the first presentation, that the contribution of manufacturing to the GDP still remains at 17 as it was in 2011-12. So many of your policies and programs have not given you the returns that you wanted manufacturing to have about 25% by 2025 when you started in 2014 with your Make in India progress. Still we are not even able to cross what we had already. So the union government should look at all the states equally, even in political posturing. That is important because that is what gives the signal to anyone. If political posturings are not done well, then investment will also be confused. And investment should go to the place where it is most efficient. And therefore, locational investment is important by the efficiency of the systems, not by the political undertakings that are there.
I think that's a very important point that you have made actually. Would you just tell us a little bit about this, the labor codes being different from services and manufacturing? Are they really, in your perception, a kind of a constraint, and how it can be overcome?
See, regulation itself is, I think, in a larger scale, larger scenario, if you see, regulation apart from labor in the industry as such has not been in the legal or economics lexicon till about 1980.
Okay.
After that only we started having regulatory bodies. And today with AI and OTTs and many other things that are coming about, internet, today we are unable to understand how to regulate itself. And we are now talking about self-regulating institutions. Say microfinance institutions want self-regulating institution. We always think regulating institution should be above the market, particularly taking care of the consumer. So it has to be a pro-consumer regulator, whereas a self-regulating body will be one among the members from the industry itself would be into that body. This is one experiment that is going on in MFI, it is going on in NBFC. It will also come up in the new high-tech industry as well. So when it comes to the labor issue that was mentioned earlier, as I said, where the boundary between service sector and manufacturing is blurred, then the categorization of labor itself as software engineer and manufacturing engineer is also lost. So the workplace itself cannot be differentiated between a service and a manufacturing activity. This is a new challenge that comes up, and we'll have to address this as we develop. We will come to know about how to do this, how to address this issue. I think this is in a state of flux.
That's right. That's
and it
right.
has to one has to understand and work on it.
So this is the issue that has to be addressed and handled through policy. Let me follow the same sequence and come to Mr. Babu. In the entire manufacturing debate, there is an issue which the minister also referred to, making Tamil Nadu a product nation, and you are heading a company that probably is looking at this concept as it really happens. Can you give us your perspective on where we are as a manufacturing country, manufacturing state, with making product nation the mission statement?
Yeah, I think it's a very important transition from Make in India to design, develop and make in India. I think the minister was talking about how to create products which are here, which will have much more value than just that manufacturing conversion cost, which normally gets
or maybe
into
create
manufacturing.
Brands also,
Yeah,
domestic
absolutely.
brands.
Absolutely. So let's take Switch. Switch is the first company, of course, within the Ashok Leyland group to make India's first electric double-decker, which is running in Mumbai and many other cities. It's designed, developed by the engineers sitting in Chennai, right? So they are the engineers who worked on it. There was a challenge because the double-decker, why it got created is because of India and urban cities. If you look at urban cities today, first of all, most of us in this room are not taking public transport.
Yeah.
And if 1.3 billion people, 130 billion people have to travel and the economic activity has to be higher, mobility is an important factor. And you can't build the mobility on the country by cars. It's not going to happen. The number of roads required, the number of public infrastructure required to create mobility for such a huge population is not practical. So we need to get into public transport. That's why they are saying electric mobility. Soon you will see Switch electric buses running in Chennai. We are going to supply about 600 numbers to the city of Chennai. So this electric double-decker came up as a challenge because it takes just 65% of the footprint to transport about 60 people. And it's very convenient, it's air conditioned. Everybody said electric vehicles, such a large mass, it can't be air conditioned, range will not come. It was created here. And Switch as a brand today is number one in commercial vehicle EVs in India, and slowly we are building this abroad as well. We launched Switch electric E1 bus in Spain. Recently we have given 2 vehicles to a city in Benidorm, Spain, which is part of the group. So EV makes what I would say the globe flat in terms of technology. We are no more behind either China or US or Europe because we have embedded system engineers in India, good automobile industry designers in India, and we can create products and patents out of here. And that's what we are doing here, creating innovative products like electric double-deckers, public transport buses, light commercial vehicles to earn more to our customers. And hence, we believe that it's an opportunity. In fact, China has already started it. China's products have started getting into Europe and other products. And why not Indian products? India has to design, develop, and create a brand which will serve to the globe. So that's the intention of it.
Any one thing that you consider critical to make that transition?
I think the minister has talked about it a little bit. One is we are shy on branding. We are shy on claiming our capabilities somehow, as a whole in India and as Tamil Nadu as well. Because intrinsically we have been taught not to overclaim ourselves in society by our family, my father, let's say, mother, everybody. Be humble rather than doing too many tom-toms. I think we need to build a little bit of branding capability. We need to spend some time on branding, which I am very, very particular in my team. My team will talk about it because it's important that brand creates value. Product, of course, brand is the one which is nothing but your product. Product represents your brand. It has to deliver the promise to the customer. But at the same time, the brand has to reach globally, reach to the customers, to create value to the organization. That's one of the areas which we need to look at. We have to spend something in branding.
Anything else?
Second is on the R&D, which is very important. So I think we'll have to look at how to bring R&D to a global state. Whether it is automobile, nowadays you are seeing India-made or design developed products is not less than any other products you can see across the globe. So we'll have to build up R&D, and we need to, as Minister said, we'll have to fail, then only you can succeed. You should not be too much looking at R&D expenses, actually spend a little bit more on fundamental R&D and product innovation around customers. Because customer are the one who is going to appreciate and buy products. So you'll have to do innovation around customers' usage and basic fundamental R&D to bring in innovation of, let's say, high-strength materials, lightweight, new technology, and things like that to get to it. I think these two areas we need to do a long way.
Wonderful, wonderful. Can I turn to Mr. Srinivasan? There is clearly a role that technology plays in manufacturing. And today, we keep hearing about artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing solutions. How do you look at the interplay of artificial intelligence, machine learning, advanced manufacturing, and the entire manufacturing debate? I mean, are you talking about looking at artificial intelligence like the previous panelists talked about, a horse to be which you need to ride? I mean, what's your perspective?
See, actually, when you want to compete with globally in terms of quality and cost competitiveness, and as a company where we are making smart products, obviously you need to implement smart solutions. So if you identify the gaps in your operations and if you have these solutions readily available in terms of technology, you can very well apply with the reasonable ROI, by which you can definitely improve the competencies and efficiencies. So we have deployed our advanced manufacturing solutions in all our verticals to improve our competencies. We have deployed various, deep vision systems, deep learning, machine learning solutions. For example, if you want to improve the operator productivity, how can I implement a operator skeleton gadget, which will, support the operator to reduce his fatigue while he's assembling the underbody assembly. And suppose we want to verify the vehicle inspection. Suppose the car has got almost 30 plus external parts, and we are making a multi-variant, multi-model in a single line. The operator has to remember all the parts and all the specifications. It is laborious. So if you provide an AI solution by simply scanning the car external surface through a tab, it will give a solution, and this will significantly reduce the defects. So it can augment the productivity, it will improve the quality. And similarly, in the maintenance to reduce the downtime. We have a dedicated IoT network, and we are leveraging data to control the entire plant. We've got 2 plants in Chennai. We've got almost 197 digital dashboards to effectively monitor the entire plant. For example, through data analytics, if you are able to fetch the data like parameters like the torque, pressure, current of the motors, and with this data, if you are able to array a model through R or Python programming, and proactively you can identify the potential failures and replace the parts upfront, you can significantly reduce the downtimes. In that sense, you will be able to keep the uptime always above close to 97-98%. We have been maintaining the capacity utilization right from the day one above 90%, and these kind of solutions are really helping us to improve our efficiency in all the verticals. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nivasan. I think we're running out of time. We're just about 7 minutes left. So I will just ask Mr. Jain, and then so that after Mr. Brajesh Kumar, we just can take a couple of questions from the floor. In this entire manufacturing debate, sustainability is something that is not always, kept in mind. In a sense, how do you see this debate over that by all means be a great manufacturing nation, but make sure that you are sustainable as well? After all, climate change is taking place. So how do you see the sustainability issue playing a role in the entire exercise to plan a manufacturing boost?
I think as a company, over the last 5 years, we have taken up ESG as our core and sustainability as our goal and objective in everything we do. Today in India, if you look at, every individual is talking about sustainability. It's no more a myth, or it's no more a word in a dictionary, or a phrase somewhere written somewhere in the notes. Everybody, anyone in the office, in the organization, we have close to 4,000-5,000 people working. Everyone talks about sustainability in some way or the other. And the country is moving towards that. If you talk about power, the first thing in a meeting people talk is, how do we get renewable energy? If you talk about wastewater, they talk about how do we achieve a zero ZLD. I mean, sustainability has become it's no more a addition to the manufacturing. It's the core of every manufacturing. And there are laws, there are guidelines, like top 1,000 companies in the country have to compulsorily have a sustainability report printed and produced to the shareholders or the stock exchanges. So they can't hide away, or they can't shy away from this.
So sustainability is a factor that always comes into play while...
I think it's become a part and parcel of manufacturing.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Brajesh Kumar, my question to you is, and you can give a brief answer, which is that as a banker, manufacturing sector comes with a proposal which has a relatively longer gestation period than a services unit proposal. So is there an inherent bias as a financier against manufacturing, and or do you think this bias has gone away, and does it influence your financing or investment decisions?
No, the bias is to the other side of it. I mean, we look for this thing, longer gestation period projects, but wherein our operational cost is quite low, you see. Once you suppose a HAM project is there, no, for this hybrid annuity model, this thing, road gestation period is long, and then then income is also that it comes for a longer period of time. So there is absolutely no bias versus we don't pitch one sector against another sector.
Okay.
And again, we have this thing, as per our risk appetite, we have got caps. This industry, this sector, this is what we can go for. So according to absolutely no bias as such.
So financing is also not a constraint in
not
that
at
sense.
all, I would say, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a couple of questions? We have just 4 minutes left. Please identify yourself, and if you want to ask this question to one of the panelists, please indicate that. Yeah, we can hear you.
Sir, I'm doing a project for the farmers, tax to mechanization in agriculture. So when I meet so many women farmers, they said all the machineries are used by the men only. Why not it designed for the women farmers? The machineries are very heavy. They couldn't take it to the farm, the field. And most of the machinery are costly. So it is not useful for the small and marginal farmers. Sir, as a State Planning Commission also they do that issues and all. They only sanctioned that project to me. I am doing that one. I am not yet present my findings to the State Planning Commission. But this is the request from the women farmers, sir. Why not you consider that women when you design the machineries, especially in agriculture? Thank you.
Okay. Professor Srinivasan, you would like to answer this?
Oh, agriculture has always been, a very backbending type of labor that is required. So therefore, it is mostly done by men. And only transplanting and a bit of harvesting would be done by women, traditionally. Therefore, whenever machinery is also done, and it is done with the view that to replace men because they are the first to get out of agriculture because of various reasons. So whoever gets out would be replaced by machine. So this is an internal dynamics that happens within the agricultural sector. And the time also would come when actually women would start getting out of agriculture because Tamil Nadu is one of the states that is fastly promoting self-help groups and through that enterprises.
That's right.
So we have one of the largest systems in which the MFIs also work. So many women actually in rural areas, particularly among the poor, have come out of agriculture and started entering into enterprises through SHGs. So you will find now agriculture is becoming more and more mechanized than what it was earlier.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, then we can, is there, yeah, just.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Do you have a mic? Yeah, please identify yourself and ask the question.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are, yeah.
Yes, I'm Dr. Sai Kumari. I'm from SRM Ishwari Engineering College. I'm a professor and head of Management Studies Department. The day was wonderful, a great knowledge share. Thank you for the organizers. And my question would be like, we focus on various aspects of productivity, and when it comes for planning a policy or a strategy towards improving the mental wellness of the men and women working in different organizations, what would be the focus that is being given to them? Are we focusing, because we have a lot of multitasking requirements and high targets given to the employees, but still do we focus on their mental health?
Yeah. Mr. Babu, would you like to take it?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think health and safety is one of the important things we work to all the employees, including workmen. I think mental health have been in the recent past been very well highlighted. And in fact, we have a scheme where if somebody wants mental support through an intervention, we are happy and we'll be sponsoring some of the things we do it. I think what is more important is the work environment should not be stressful. And we bring in a lot of cultural activities, celebrations, things like that to ease that out, to make sure we are a family in the workforce and things like that. So we have a cultural committee. We had a potluck where people bring in. We celebrated Women's Day recently, things like that. I think it's part of the Indian culture itself and very well done. Here you get 1 or 2 events to make sure the mental health is balanced well in the society as well. But having you rightly said, if still somebody has stress on mental support, we are happy to engage with a consultant who can help them out to come out as well.
I think we have come to the end of this wonderful session. You want to say something? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I would like to share some of our initiatives. Like our approach is driven by our Hyundai Global way. Over and above the regular corporate HR people initiatives like the counseling, support systems, various employee wellness programs, we've got two new initiatives. Like how can we engage all our employees, particularly the associate level, the shop floor workers. In 2016, we have started a program called My Place, My Pride program. It is called MPMP. See, what we have done, we have gone for a large-scale interactive process. We have assembled the associates, 100 numbers, 100, 200 numbers in a hall. We have asked them to visualize how the company should be in the future. And that was a one-day workshop. And they have given their suggestions. And in all verticals like productivity, quality, safety, smart enterprise, even branding. So we have nominated lead ambassadors. For example, safety, there will be 77 safety ambassadors, similarly in quality. So we take inputs, they conduct audits, so we engage them, we recognize them. So these initiatives really helping us to achieve all our targets. And this has been well recognized globally in our group. And similarly for the millennials, we got a program called Visionary Vaults. And we have asked them to identify the potential operational issues. If somebody is very inclined towards new technology, can he provide some kind of new solutions?
Okay.
This has helped us to engage in millennials, and we have received patents also. So these are two examples by which we engage the employees, and these initiatives has led us to receive the top employer of the award from US. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That was a detailed answer. I think there was a wonderful session. All our panelists really contributed to the discussion. It's difficult to sum up the findings of this session, but it will be fair to say that the policy is still working and can work more to make sure that manufacturing gets redefined as there's demand on it keeps increasing and becoming more demanding. So please give our panelists a big hand, and I will request the mementos be brought into the thing so that it can be distributed to our panelists.
May I request all the panelists for a photo op, please? Thank you very much. So as we come to an end of Tamil Nadu Roundtable 2025, I thank Government of Tamil Nadu, State Planning Commission and Guidance Tamil Nadu for their help to get this event organized. I also thank our associate sponsor Refex and Milky Mist and co-sponsors Indian Bank and SBI for their support. I also thank our webcast partner 24 Frames, who has helped us to get this event across to thousands of viewers across India. May I now request everyone to rise for National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कलबङ्गा विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. And now I invite everyone to join us for lunch. Thank you.